Hey, everybody, welcome to the Jim Masters Show Live. How are all of you? It is Friday. It's the end of the work week. Although when you do a show like this, there's no end to the work week. It's just all pleasure. This is the Jim Masters Show Live Entertainment Lifestyle Talk Show series. We've been doing this for over 300 episodes now and counting. It's coming up on the year mark in late April. It will be 1 year we've been doing our Entertainment Lifestyle Talk Show series, which for those of you who are joining us for the very first time, I'm a television and radio host, presenter, personality, journalist, actor, writer, producer, stage MC, voiceover artist. I've been doing this work professionally on television and radio and stage for a good long time for networks and TV, radio stations, productions, and so much more. Love it, love it, love it. And it's so cool to have all of you here. Our audience that's watching literally from all around the world. We have an international audience of viewers who join us for inspiring conversations, light, love, and levity, or as we have coined it here on the show, levity and lovity together with love. And that became lovity. And that's because I said light, love, and levity a little too fast. And we came up with lovity. So it's really cool to have all of you here. Welcome from wherever you're watching. We do have an international audience watching in the United States, Canada, Europe, Asia, Australia, all over the place. And we welcome you all. On this series, on this show, it doesn't matter your income, your height, your weight, your eye color, your political views, religious views, your income, your zip code. Everybody is welcome to the Jim Masters Show Live, and something different every night is what we deliver in entertainment and conversations, amazing guests, as well as live interaction from our viewers around the world. We started that trend about a year ago, and it's very similar to the work I do on television and radio live. I love interacting with our viewers. So our viewers who call themselves the Lovities, they're part of our Lovity squad. They call this Lovity Hall, our studio here, and they call me Mr. Lovity. They are very interactive, and we love all of them. So feel free to post comments live, and it's good to have you here. We broadcast this show from the greater New York area in the United States of America. In New York, actually along the southern New England coast between New York and Boston. And again, we've done about 300 plus episodes live 7 days a week, coming up on the year point. And it's just been really absolutely amazing. And it's amazing to have you with us on this Friday night. I cheer all of you. We always toast all of our viewers in style, or as I say, our Lovities. It's good to see everybody. How is everybody doing? I see a ton of comments here. We welcome you all. Of course, you know, with the Jim Masters Show Live, this is sort of like an old school talk show, bringing back the lost, warm and welcoming art of conversation like the old school presenters and hosts used to do on talk shows, but blending that in with a modern twist and vibe of today. And it's really cool that we do that and that you guys are joining us. Our very special guest today, comedian, singer, director, actor, filmmaker. His list is like mine, OWEN DARA, and he's live from beautiful Pasadena, California, by way of Cork, Ireland, originally. And it's kind of cool. We have him on this week as we have been, continually celebrating St. Patrick's Day. We had that epic St. Patrick's Day show. If you didn't see it, watch it on our YouTube channel at Jim Masters TV. It was like 3.5 hours. It was unbelievable. Let's welcome some of our Lovities. Kathy Short watching from Cleveland, Ohio. Good evening, Jim and Lovities. It's nice to be back in Merlin. Hi, Jim and Lovities. Good to see you in Merlin is in Canada. Nice to have you here. Mary Bishop is in Florida. Hello, Jim and Lovity friends. Nice to see you as well. Mary, Karen Campbell Green in Nova Scotia, Canada. Good evening. Good Friday, Jim, and all my Lovity family here at Lovity Hall. So good to see you. Those maple cream cookies that you sent are now officially gone. We've been eating those snacks you sent, and they're delicious. Willie is watching in Holland. Love you all. We love you back, Willie. We love when she tunes into the show, which is basically every single day. Amy says, hello, Lovity friends. Good to see you, Amy. Welcome to the show. We love having you here. And of course, Babette. Michelle Lee is here. Hi, first time. Lovity here. Love what you're doing. Thank you very much, Babette. We'd love it if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Jim Masters TV and share it with the world. OWEN DARA is a good mate of my hubby, Marty Thompson. Of course, Marty, who's the brother of Jason Thompson, who was on our show as well. Good to see you, Babette. Welcome. Christine Clifton in North Carolina, USA says, hello, Jim and lovely friends. Welcome. Comedian, singer, an actor and filmmaker and everything else. Owen Dara to show tonight. He's going to perform live. We also have some great comedic clips and so much more. You're going to love it. It's a great night of entertainment, inspiring conversation on this episode of the Jim Masters Show Live. Cheers to everyone. Time for Lovely to begin. Absolutely. She also adds, happy Friday to all Lovelies. Welcome, Babette. You're now a Lovely. And now I got to get started on the oat cakes. I'm going to have to swim. The ocean is not far from here. We're on the coast. I'm going to have to swim in the ocean and cycle a lot more to work off all those goodies that you sent. You think my hair is long? Because, I have it sort of, it hasn't been cut in a year. Neither has Owen's. Owen's is down to here. It's kind of cool. You're going to see it in just a second. Just taking a look at some more of the wonderful comments coming in. Karen says, Jim Masters is the host with the most. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Lovety. Let us all spread lovety as well. You got it. Anne says, hello, everyone. Hello, Anne. She's watching in the Jacksonville, Florida area. Karen says, glad we're all together. We're here. We're doing great, Jim. Perfect. And Anne says, a very good Friday evening, Jim and all lovelies. An awesome way to start the weekend. Absolutely. Good to see you, Ann. And here we go on Jim Masters Live TV on the Jim Masters Show Live. Kathleen Walker is here from New York City. Hey, Jim. Hi, everyone. Good to see you, Kathleen. We love it when you are tuned in as well. Crystal in Connecticut says, hi, Jim and everyone. Happy Friday. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Looking forward to an exciting show with amazing music, inspiring conversation, and lovety. Absolutely. Merlin says, hi, everybody. We love that. Everybody says hi to each other as well. And Juanita is watching in South Africa. Once again, hello, Jim and lovely family. Happy weekend. Good to see you, Juanita. And Willie in Holland, she says, glad to see everyone. And it's so wonderful to see you as well. And so wonderful to see our very special guest live and direct from Pasadena, California, Owen Dara. Owen, welcome to the show, my friend. And your hair is not as, yours is a little bit longer. You've got it down to about here. I was mentioning, you and I were chatting. We haven't had it cut since this pandemic thing began. And it's kind of cool, isn't it?
You know what? It's the time to just, you have an excuse for letting the inner hippie out, because it's so funny, like your headshot for the show and mine that came up for the show also. We look like respectable human beings, and now we're just, we're letting the inner hippie out. And, I was going to tie my hair back like yours too. I usually do if my mother's watching, but it's up to midnight now in Ireland and she's well asleep. So, I know I'm safe. we won't get scolding comments.
Hello, Owen's mom. What's her name?
My mother's name is Maurice.
Maurice, beautiful name. Hello, Maurice, if you're watching this later with the family there in Ireland.
You're very kind, Tim. Thank you.
So, it's not easy when the people that do that, they pull it back and that's not easy because you feel like you're ripping the hair out of your head. When you're pulling it back, it's like, ow, that hurts.
Yeah. And for us, it's temporary. At least I feel, as soon as my hairdresser opens, I think I'm going to go and, get a proper cut. But some people have their hair long all the time and they're always tying it back. I think that's going to be a lot of stress on the head.
The pulling back.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Usually I will, after this show, sometimes I wear a hat too. I got a couple of cool hats I wear. Sometimes I have let it all down. But generally if I'm not on, I have it down. I don't pull it really back. Unless there's somebody, but a couple of times I had to do a couple of work things in television where it needed to be coiffed. It needed to be. So when I was wearing the turtlenecks in the wintertime, I was able to tuck it into the back of the turtleneck and then it disappeared and suddenly it became short hair again.
I love it. And do you know what I love so far about this show? First of all, your audience is so welcoming with the comments. If I'm part of the Lovity team now,
yes, you are.
I'm so excited. And also we have two grown men talking about quiffing hair,
and Lovity
world.
it's a new age. I'm still debating whether to totally cut it or, definitely get it, styled and do whatever, but I might for a little bit until I have to. It's been a challenge. I've been letting it grow for the year. I said, I got to make it to a year point. It's the longest I've ever had it in my life. And it's the longest I've gone ever without a haircut. So now I'm so close to the, finish line, which is the end of April.
You got to do it.
I got to do it. I got to meet that finish line. It becomes like a challenge. But now I'm sort of like, I don't know if I want to totally cut it, or this is kind of cool. I'm enjoying the different ways I can do things with it. It is a lot of work, and it is, when you're sleeping in bed, it ends up going across your face, and you're like, so sometimes I sleep with a, ski hat on, so it doesn't go all over the face.
Yeah, or when like you roll over on your shoulder and suddenly like you wake yourself up because somebody in your dream is pulling your hair, but it's actually you.
Yeah, or you're bending over to eat your Cheerios, and here it comes to want to go into your mouth. It's like, where'd that hair come from? But it
all new things that we're learning, Jim, that we never were privy to before.
Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of cool. I mean, do you like it?
I do. I just think it's like far too long. I think it's far too long at this point. But as I said, my hair just slows down. I haven't had the vaccine yet. And so we're really, LA for a long time was kind of a hot spot for the COVID.
Very tough place. Yes.
And so we just decided to lock down and not really do much. And I see everyone around me, and there's like a friend of mine who always had these short hair, and now he looks like Einstein. And it's just like, it's just a thing right now. So
Juanita in South Africa says you'll have a new appreciation for ballerina hair buns after this.
The next thing.
And Amy says you men are so funny. And Karen goes, I love when Jim talks about his hair. And Merlin in Canada says, welcome, Owen, to Loverty Hall. You're now a Loverty for sure. And Karen says the same thing. You're definitely a Loverty now. And Christine Clifton in North Carolina, Owen, welcome to the Jim Master Show Live. You're now a Loverty. So happy you could join us. Another great conversation started in Loverty Hall. And music, too. Live music and so much more coming up, gang. So Loverty, yes, I was mentioning to you, I always tell the guests a little bit about the Loverty thing before we start. And I mentioned to you that I was saying in the summertime, the show has a positive energy bent to it, inspiring. We like to have a good time. We always learn something. And it's sort of hearkening back to those traditional talk shows, bringing back the lost art of actual conversation. We're actually not rushing. We're having a good conversation. We're having a lot of Irish crack along the way. And
we should explain, Jim, that the crack is actually spelled differently. It's C-R-A-I-C.
You must be watching the show often, because when I've had Irish artists on, I've said that because they said a lot of crack tonight. And I said, I think we need to explain that to the American audience, the Canadian audience. C-R-A-I-C, jolly old time, levity, fun, good time. Because if we said that Owen and Jim did crack on the show the other night, we would be on the front page of the newspapers for the wrong reasons.
Hey, there's no bad publicity, Jim. So maybe we should change the spelling and keep it to, keep our options open there.
Right. So the Loverty thing came when I slipped up and I said light, love, and levity, and I said Loverty. And so now they've already welcomed you as a Loverty, my friend. How's it make you feel?
I love it. I'm so happy. Coming off the high, you and I were talking earlier about the high of St. Paddy's Day that's still here 2 days later. Even though we had lockdown and we didn't have any live stuff, there was so much going on online. You had that great show that you had, a special Paddy's Day show, and I was involved in a live stream in Ireland, still feeling the high from it. And so to actually now have that capped off with being a Loverty, I love it. I think I have arrived.
You have arrived. You have arrived by way of Cork, right? Tell us about growing up in wonderful Cork, Ireland, and some of those early inspirations for you, because you do a lot of different things. I mean, comedy is huge for you, and and the Irish, which I love. As I mentioned multiple times in the show, I'm Irish on my mother's side. The Irish wit is quite famous, and the Irish tend to be very quick-witted and very funny and very dry. Jewish as well. Jewish comedians and entertainers are very quick-witted and the observations of everyday living. Neil Simon and there's a list of great Jewish comedians and comedians as well. But the Irish too have this wonderful innate ability to be just off the cuff funny and observers of life. For you, when did comedy come in, and then the acting and the singing and all the rest?
Well, I think I started off in a small village in West Cork. I lived there till I was 6, and then we moved to Cork City. And it was an interesting place because the culture of Irish music and the pub scene, even though I was a little kid, it was still very vibrant and alive. And I started learning Irish music and doing Irish dance as a young kid. And as I said on the show I was streaming on the other day, because I was wearing a kilt for the first time, an actual kilt as an adult. Irish dancers as kids, they started putting on kilts, the boys, and it just was not cool when I was a kid. So I stopped actually learning proper Irish dance. And of course I got involved in Céilís, etc. But with the humor and the wit, it's just a big part of Irish culture, conversation, people making each other laugh, trying to outdo each other with jokes. And it's just kind of held in very high regard in social circles. Like you talk about the crack. So crack is actually the Irish word for fun. And we say
Yes.
ceol agus crack, which means music and fun. And those are what people strive to be part of, to be around that, and to be in a pub where they're playing traditional music and people are just making jokes and telling stories. There's a certain vibe that happens, for want of a better word, a
Mm-hmm.
certain feeling, something that's in the air
Yeah.
that you can only be described as crack. Now, it's interesting that I can't find another word for it. I could say it's fun. I could say it's a good time. But when you say crack, it just encapsulates what goes on. And it doesn't start out that way. It takes sometimes several hours before the crack, what we say, is mighty. Like there's
Yeah.
mighty crack.
Mighty crack. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
and it's when it happens, it's indescribable, and oftentimes it's hard to achieve. It doesn't happen every time you go out with your friends, but humor is such a big part of that. Somebody will say something funny, and then it'll remind somebody of a joke, and so humor I've never been afraid of humor. I've never been afraid to try to make people laugh because it was sort of expected of you growing up.
Would
You
you
know,
say that your family is funny? Are they funny? Are they just inherently joke tellers? Like my father, definitely the life of the party,
Mhm,
charismatic,
mhm,
the one that's always telling the jokes, even if it's
mhm,
a joke we've heard 35 times, still
mhm.
that joke will come back
Yes,
and it'll be funnier and funnier.
yeah.
Storytellers, great storytellers. Like I've always been great with a quick jokes and
Mhm,
or quick-witted commentary of things I'm observing right in front of me. In front of I'll be with a group of people. Something will happen in front of us. I'll come up with that quick-witted line, and then the
mhm,
whole group is roaring with laughter because I said
mhm,
something that's quick in a response to something that I'm seeing happen. My father, with the wonderful ability to tell the long-form story that
mhm,
ends up in a joke punchline.
mhm.
How about
Yeah,
you? The
I would say that
funny
about
family?
I'd say that about my dad too. My dad loved humor. He had a great sense of humor, even though he loved puns too. But we forgive him for that because he was absolutely a storyteller. In fact, he wrote a book of short stories that's available on Amazon now called Tales from the Loch.
Oh,
But
really? I'll have to check that out.
yeah,
Yeah,
my brother posthumously published it for my dad, which was just a beautiful thing to
that's
do,
a
I think.
wonderful tribute, right?
Yes, really, very much so. And he always loved a good story. He liked to have a drink. He liked to have a song. And at home sometimes, especially
Yeah,
when I was very young, he would just sing Irish songs, and it was
yeah.
just part of the culture.
Very
Um,
social, warm and welcoming,
very much
come on
so.
in and enjoy, and you're welcome in my home type thing. Right.
Very much so. And if somebody starts to sing a song in a pub, and I think this is somewhat uniquely Irish, maybe in other parts of the world too, but certainly in Ireland, if somebody decides that they want to sing a song, the whole bar will stay quiet and
Well,
you'll
yeah.
just listen to that person sing. And then somebody might tell a story. And that's, pretty much what I grew up with. So it wasn't foreign to me to make people laugh. It certainly was very difficult because it's a as you
It's
know, it's
not as
different.
easy, right?
No, it's a different animal when you're standing up behind a microphone by yourself and there's a whole crowd of people watching you, expecting that everything you say is going to be funny. It's really different than sitting around, with a bunch of your friends or a bunch of locals in a pub and telling them a story to make them laugh. And so,
Yes.
it's the shock of your life, as when you get it out in front of strangers for the first time and you think, oh, of course I'm funny with my friends. Why wouldn't I be funny in front of these people? Well, they'll let you know pretty quickly when you're not being funny. And so, to do it at a professional level and in that setting certainly didn't happen overnight. It took a lot of work to translate what I thought was funny and what my friends thought was funny into a format and to structure it in a way that actually strangers would laugh at also.
Now, was comedy the first thing that you tackled, or were you a singer first, an actor? Tell us what came first for you.
Well, I always
Was it
had
the
an interest. I always had an interest in acting and in music. And comedy was not anything like stand-up comedy scared me. Like when I was growing up and I would hear about stand-up comedians and I would see stand-up comedians on television, I would just go, that is just impossible. I don't know
Yeah.
how people ever do that. I would just die. And I thought that, oh, I enjoy singing. I sang a lot of Irish songs that I learned from my dad. I learned the guitar as a kid. And I thought, I started writing songs, when I was about 19 or 20. And I thought, oh, I'll be a singer-songwriter. How hard could it be? And so I go out there and I start singing my songs. I start singing covers. And I actually started on the street. I went to Europe because I was scared to do it in my hometown. And so, being anonymous with your guitar on a street corner in a little town in France or in Switzerland, nobody's going to bat an eye. It's like, oh, some strange guy with a guitar. It's not like my cousin's going to walk by and go, what the hell are you doing on the street, singing that song? And so I started off, to answer your question in a roundabout way, I started off as a singer, but I didn't feel like when I was starting off as a singer, I didn't know if that was really going to be my profession. I knew there was more. I was interested in acting. I was interested in filmmaking. That was a far off distant dream for me. I didn't realize that I could ever actually get around to making a film, or making several films. And as I've been fortunate to do over these past years. But the singing on the street corners gave me the confidence to start going into the clubs and the cafes and the pubs and start singing there. And then I kind of started, to let my humor out during that. And I started to realize, I'm sort of making people laugh. And then I decided, why don't I go to like a stand-up gig and get up there without my guitar, without any songs, and just see if I can make people laugh. And then that's how that started. And so I sort of morphed into a comedian. And it was, I'll tell you, Jim, it was the scariest, even though I'd been on stage with my
Yeah.
guitar, getting up there just naked behind a mic in front of I can't even remember how many people were in the room. I think I blocked it out, but maybe 70 or 80 people just looking at you going, okay, you're the funny guy, make us laugh. It scariest thing in the world. And I don't know why I didn't quit after the first gig. It was a challenge, and I started doing it. And now, I've come back in recent years more to the singing, and I do inject the humor in. And I'm not scared of humor anymore. After so many years of just being a stand-up, it's just so easy when you're standing behind a guitar and you're making people laugh. And, if they don't laugh, you just go, well, here's a song. It's really much more joyous
Well,
than.
your story is amazing too. Like I had mentioned, you were born in Cork, Ireland, of course. And it was, as you're mentioning, in your 20s when you left Ireland and making the living as a busker, singing and playing the guitar in the street corners in Europe, as well as parts of the Middle East and Asia, Australia too. And you lived in Melbourne too, right? And that's when you say you started with the stand-up comedy, and you also became a headliner in the comedy circuit too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I worked my way up. I started basically as an open micer, just saying, well, I wonder if I can do this. And then I found after a number of performances that I actually was able to hold an audience. And, then I started working as an opening act for some people, and then a middle act. And then eventually, I was being booked as a headliner, and I was headlining my own shows. And, that's kind of it was an exciting place to be, but it's also scary because as a headliner, you sort of have to be the funniest person on the bill. And there's a lot of good comedians around, so it's sort of like, and also you got to do a longer set. You got to do minimum 40 minutes to an hour, the shows that I was doing. So like
Yeah.
45 minutes to an hour. So a middle act might come on and do their best 20 minutes and do really well, and then you got to follow and you got to do your best, sometimes up to an hour. And I worked hard and dreamed of becoming a headliner, and then when I became a headliner, it was certainly very exciting, but also, one of those things. Oh, it's our friend Marty Thompson coming in
Marty's
there.
here, and
And
Cynthia's watching in Washington, D.C. Good evening, Jim, Owen, and wonderful lovelies from Washington, our nation's capital.
yeah,
Cynthia.
and I should mention Marty and I. We were in a lot of bills as entertainers together back in the day. We actually did our first ever cruise together, and that's how I met Marty, where we were both headliners on cruise ships.
Yeah, Marty's terrific too, and his brother Jason,
Yeah,
who was a guest on our show, Jason
yes,
Thompson, people remember. And
yeah.
Marty said, "Hey, Owen," and I said, "Absolutely, let's bring him on the show." And Juanita asks, "Who is your favorite comedian? You have a
Uh,
favorite, or there's several?" It's a tough.
There's a lot of American comedians I could mention. I'm a fan of Chris Rock. I think he has such wonderful delivery. His material's good, but he can make
Yeah,
material that nobody else could make
it's a
fun.
dry sort of, yeah, it's very witty and it's
Yes.
very responsive to things going on,
Mhm.
observant of life. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes. And he has so many shows that are of high quality. Because a
yeah.
lot of comedians, I mean, you could say, of course, Seinfeld is one of our most famous comedians. You know, he doesn't have the volume of material that someone like Chris Rock would have, because he hones his jokes, and as he says, he's like that guy, kind of, tweaking this little thing where he's always trying to make these jokes better, and he does. He refines his jokes to a fault
Yeah.
until they're fantastic. But I mean, I get the impression that someone like Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle, like, they come out and they haven't spent a whole lot of time on the joke, but they come out and their delivery and their way of doing it is
Yeah.
just, it's
Yeah.
something to behold. And
It
I mean, those are, I
is.
guess, the most famous comedians that I admire, but a lot of comedians on the circuit that maybe haven't made it as big, who are just fantastic.
Yeah.
There's so much talent out there in all forms of entertainment, as you know. Yeah.
Absolutely. So what happened from there? Obviously you're on the comedy circuit there
Mhm.
in Melbourne.
Mhm.
What happened from there? How did you expand from that?
Well, I did a lot of shows around Australia. I lived in Sydney for quite a while. I got flown to a number of places in Asia, Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and I started doing gigs around that area, mostly for expats, thankfully. But in cities like, in countries like Singapore or cities like Hong Kong, uh, English is really not quite the first language in these places, but it's a first language for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And they got the humor. I did some dates in
That's very
Europe.
important
Yeah,
that they
very
get
much.
it. They
Oh
get
my
it.
God. And it's scary when you go to a new place, because you're playing to an audience that you haven't, you don't know if they're going to
You
get
got
your
to sort
humor.
of feel the audience, right?
Yeah, and even when I came to America, I really had to change a lot of my act, because the humor here, it's strangely different. Like, there's a lot of crossover,
So
but
what would be some differences that you notice that you could point out maybe for us that we don't even notice?
yeah, it's kind of hard to. Well, I will say one thing: a lot of self-deprecating humor in Ireland, like, that's kind of the way we roll, is we put ourselves down,
Hmm.
and it's kind of accepted. Like, if you talk about something good that you did, or if somebody says something about something great, or they give you a compliment, your default is to put yourself down, which is not necessarily a good thing. But it's, if you start to agree with them. Like, I remember there was a guy last time I was back in Cork, which was just over a year ago, just before the lockdown, and there was somebody who'd seen my film, came up to me on the street and said, "Oh, I saw your movie, and I really liked it. It was great." And I said, "Yeah, thanks so much. We were, it was the Holy Failures." And I says, "Yeah, we were really happy with that one. Yeah, thanks. Like, I think it worked out pretty well." I was agreeing with him, right? And
Right.
he gave me this look as if, like, who is this guy? Like, I said something to him and he agreed with me. Like, you can't
You're not
agree.
supposed to agree.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Supposed to
Where
find fault. Yeah.
you're absolutely supposed to put yourself down and say it was the worst movie ever. I don't know how you could even like it. I was terrible.
But here in America, it's the opposite, right?
It is. And, honestly, Jim, I like that much better, because here people get behind you and they actually say, go for it. Like, you can come up with, some crazy idea that, you're going to sell bananas, out of a gap on some island in the Caribbean or whatever. You just come up and say, this is what I want to do. Go for it. Like, that's
Go
your
for it.
dream.
Yeah. Right.
And it's taken me a long time to kind of beat the self-deprecating humor out of myself, and I feel better for it. I feel like, of course, critics are always going to put you down, and that's fine. And we have enough critics in the world without us actually putting ourselves down. And I feel it's actually one of the things that I love about America, is
Yeah.
that we are allowed to actually present ourselves and be encouraged in however, in whatever way we can as entertainers. Of course, there's, certain things that there's the cancel culture and there's PC and that. But I mean, I come from that ethos anyway. I don't want to be offensive. Sure, certainly I have my views on things, but I don't need to be putting myself down and having people hope that that's funny.
Although, do you want me to share with them that you were crying and had a panic attack before we began, and I had to sort of work you through that before you went live on the air?
I must have blocked that out, Jim. All I remember is we were just having fun and chatting about old times.
That is funny. Yeah. You got it. Whenever there's a line available, grab it, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And you don't have to be a fisherman to do it.
No, absolutely.
To grab the line.
That's probably humor we just got from our dads, right? With those puns.
Automatic, sort of like when you were talking about the self-deprecation, I was already forming a funny thought to tie in with that. Do you do that too? Like, you're listening intently, and you're also, there's another part in your subconscious where you're forming some sort of reaction to it, and you can either go serious or just let it roll, or you can tie in humor with it. So as you were speaking, I was listening intently, because I am a solid listener, but I was finding a funny way to thread it with that panic crying thing before.
Yeah,
in America, I left the self-deprecation in Ireland, although for the last 20 minutes, I had to calm him down because he had a panic attack before going live.
And the great thing is, if you're doing a show as a comedian, and if the laugh is big, you have all that time in between to actually think of what you're next going to say that's going to fit in with whatever's going on at the time, or if it's an improv or something. And so certainly I have that. And even as I'm delivering a comedic line that I've done numerous times, I do have that in the back of my head. If I see something in the crowd, or somebody has said something, or somebody's name, has been mentioned. So yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes I even surprise myself, and I'll laugh at it later when everybody's been laughing, where I'll be so responsive to something that just happened in front of us, and it'll just come right out in a humorous way, in a a good-natured way, in a humorous way. My father the same way, and I'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe I thought of that so quickly, and it came out and it worked.
Yes.
Because it's like there wasn't even like a preparation. I mean, sometimes it's time to prepare, but sometimes it's just like that thing happened right in front of you. There's got to be a funny in there somewhere. Go for it. I was mentioning, tie this in. I don't know if you've heard this on previous episodes, but I had mentioned that I was invited 2 years ago or so to march in the St. Patrick's Day Parade in New York City. And I was invited actually by friends who are from Cork, County Cork. So they asked me if I wanted to march with the County Cork contingent in the New York City St. Patrick's Day Parade. I said, sure, I'd love to. I haven't marched in this parade growing up in the New York area. I haven't marched in that parade in years, since I was in high school, and, marching bands and parades, and Air Force ROTC in high school, we marched. And so I said, sure, I'd be happy to. They said, okay, you'll be marching with us, with Cork. So we're marching along. It's a beautiful day, and everybody's waving, and, the streets of New York are packed with people celebrating the Irish and celebrating the day. A lot of, it's a beautiful sunny day. We're marching down Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. And I'm hearing people yell out something as we are passing by, as the Cork contingent is passing them. People are uttering these words, and there was a lot of noise and waving, and the bands and the sound of the music and the bagpipes and everything. I didn't think I was hearing what I was hearing. Though at first I said, well, maybe they are. It's a New York crowd, and New York is very responsive and open and vocal. And maybe they are saying what I think they're saying. So we're marching with our friends who are from Cork and waving, and it's a beautiful day, wonderful time. And everybody's looking at us and they're waving and they're going, like this with the thumb. And they're saying, well, I said to myself, gee, they cannot be saying this, which is up yours, because they're going up your, and I didn't hear the last half of it. So I'm waving back and I'm going, you too. And you to grandmothers and children and all these people there. And I'm thinking maybe they're saying like up yours. And my friend taps me on the shoulder and she goes, Jim, you're waving back and you're saying you too. And yeah, hi, you too. What do you think they're saying? I said, I hope they're not, and I don't really think they are, but are they possibly saying, up yours, up yours? And I'm saying back to the grandmothers and the kids, you too, you too. Yeah. And they said, that's not what they're saying. They're saying up Cork, up Cork, up Cork, which sounds in a distance with bagpipes and muffle, up your from a distance.
Oh my God,
it was hilarious.
Yeah,
it was you too. Thank you, you too, waving, and so it was up Cork.
It's funny, and that's kind of like how people support.
Celebrating,
like go the team or whatever.
Yes.
Here in America, you would say up whatever team. So like the Cork team or the Kerry team, like up Cork. And a nickname for Cork is the Rebels. So often they would say up the Rebels. So you might have heard that too, because a lot of the rebellion back in the day happened in Cork. So during the 20s or prior to that, there was a lot of unrest in Cork, and so we were known as the Rebel County. And so actually the football team and the hurling team is still known as the Rebels.
So maybe the Rebels were actually saying up yours to me.
Yeah, they could have been. They might have thought you were from Dublin.
That is funny. Speaking of comedy, because we have a lot of great clips, and we're going to talk more about your background. And I want to dive right in. We've got this cool clip here, Tonight Live. Tell us about this one.
Tonight Live. I believe it was one of my first TV appearances. And wow, that's a long time ago now. My hair is much shorter, fewer wrinkles, and that was a national show that was on in Australia, kind of around the beginning of a few years into my career, and it was kind of one of those shows that as a comedian you really wanted to get on. It was sort of I suppose it was like a Letterman show here, and a lot of the comedians were like, wow, getting on that show would really be a boon to your career, and it was something that propelled comedians and other entertainers forward, and I ended up appearing on that a few times, and it was it's scary when you're going out in front of live television and in front of millions of people.
Got to make them laugh.
You can roll the tape back and you're just standing there going, okay, well, millions of people are either going to see me be funny or not. And because it was early in my career, I really didn't have a lot of TV appearances under my belt. This might actually even be the first one.
Really?
If you're going to play this, Jim, I think I might have to leave the room, because I'm scared to even watch it after all these years.
You're not going to have another panic attack, are you?
I
might. He's going to cut his hair live on TV himself.
That's what I'll come back with a skinhead.
Well, we will definitely. Just kidding. We will have a lot of fun with this, because it is a cool clip. Just wanted to show, we use this in the promos. There he is with the shorter hair.
Oh, wow.
When was this? Was this right before the pandemic?
I think this is close to 2 years ago. That's the last time I looked respectable. And I started to grow my hair a little long when I started doing more music gigs. And I thought, oh, well, I'm a musician now. I had
a little looser and more casual. And
and I had a lot of regular gigs around LA doing my music for a couple of years prior to the lockdown. And a lot of the musicians that I know, their hair were a little longer. And I said, you know what, I'll grow it just a little longer. And then, of course, lockdown happened. So a little longer then became that. There you go. Oh, my God. I look at that now and I go, oh, man, I really do need a haircut.
That's the twin. Your twin brothers. That's what it is. Your twin.
Yes.
That's the twin.
Yeah. And so yeah, so I mean, I think it was more sort of getting into the music that
Yeah.
inspired me to grow the hair longer.
Right.
And that's it. That's actually from a live stream that I did just for St. Paddy's Day a couple of days ago, when we were live streaming online, I think through YouTube and Facebook, and on a radio station, Harborside Radio in Ireland.
Hmm.
They played the whole show live, and oh my
It's very
God,
cool, huh?
the talent that they got
Coming
in,
out of
local talent
Ireland.
in Ireland. Yeah, there's this town called Warren Point where they were broadcasting from, and it's actually the place where Biden's ancestor left and came
Yes.
to America, a fella named Owen Finnegan. And they were broadcasting live from, I think it was just a couple of hundred feet from the actual spot. And I think Biden actually visited there, not this year, of course, but he's visited there in the past, and they're saying that he's going to go there again. But they
Hmm.
brought in a lot of traditional Irish musicians, poets, dancers, and it was
Yeah.
a 9-hour event, which I was actually co-hosting. I was the
Yeah.
American host,
You're right.
and we had a wonderful host over there, Anna Gonzalez, who actually doesn't have the Irish name, but she says Irish as the day is long. A wonderful host over there, and 9 hours, and that was my contribution. I recorded some Irish songs, and they played that, and I think we had maybe up to 30 to 40 bands and singers playing. It was extraordinary. And so I look at that photo, and it brings me fond memories of that time, which was only just 2 days ago.
Right. We're still sort of celebrating everything Irish. So I think it's terrific that you were able to pop on just a couple of days after St. Patrick's Day, because it's still in the air, right? It's
Yes, it
still
is,
in
and
the air.
and
Absolutely.
thank you, Jim, and all the lovelies for having me. I'm privileged to be here.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Now we're going to go back in time to that Tonight Live clip. And again, this was in Australia.
That's correct.
Yeah, in Australia. It's amazing the amount of, and I'm realizing that we just had the Rum Jacks on, and they hail from Australia. They're a Celtic rock band, and
Hmm.
we've got the string fiddle Celtic band coming on in a couple of weeks from Australia. They're all excited. There's this wonderful relationship, which I didn't realize actually until I started this Entertainment Lifestyle Talk Show series. I know the relationship between Ireland and the United States, and even Ireland and Canada, is very, very strong. And there's a lot of people that are here that are from there and back and forth. But there also is this wonderful relationship between Ireland and Australia.
Hmm.
And
Absolutely.
that
I
goes
mean,
way back in history.
yes, it does. And strangely, Australians are very proud of their convict heritage. And I say strangely because a lot of people would hide that heritage. My ancestors were convicts, but in Australia, there's a real pride in it. A lot of those convicts that went out were actually Irish because they just arrested them, maybe for being Irish or just for doing minor crimes. And they said, well, we'll just send them out to Van Diemen's Land, which is the name for Tasmania. And there's a jail there called Port Arthur, and they locked a lot of them up there. And a lot of the songs that became popular in Ireland were songs that were written about that time by Irish Australians. And at least when I was there, I noticed that there was a great vibration in the Irish pubs. A lot of people playing Irish music. A lot of people that I would meet actually would tell me that they were of Irish ancestry, and so they took an interest in Irish culture and Irish music. And of course, Australians. I mean, we only have to talk about our one mutual friend, Marty Thompson, who's from, I think he's originally from Adelaide, but what a great sense of humor, what a great
Yeah.
storyteller, singer, entertainer. And I'm not just saying that because he's watching. I do love the
Yes.
guy. But that humor and
See
that
what he said? He
sense,
said he's an Irish Catholic Australian convict.
yeah, see, exactly.
I've
So
never seen that entire mix with the
I
convict
know.
included, convict as well.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, just that, certainly that Irish humor translated, I would say it translated more to Australia than it did to America. I
Yeah.
feel like when I was doing stand-up in that part of the world, Australia and New Zealand, I felt like the humor translated a lot better.
Yeah.
Whereas coming to America, not that it's a huge, not that there's a huge difference, but there's enough of a difference that it tripped me up when I first came here, and I actually had to rewrite my whole show. I mean, there were things that kind of, translated, but a lot of stuff I had to rewrite, because sometimes even in the language, the words we use,
Yeah.
have different meanings over there.
Right.
I mean, crack being one of
Crack
them.
is one of them. Yes, exactly.
I mean, I think
That's a big one.
and I
Yeah.
think in Australia, more people knew what crack was. I mean, my interpretation of crack, and certain things, were maybe more in the mainstream there than they are here. And I think that's changing now that the world has become more universal, and a lot of
Yeah.
American and Australian culture now is over in Ireland. And they
Yes.
used to make fun of me, my nieces and nephews and brothers and sisters. They'd
Yeah.
make fun of me for coming up with these Americanisms and saying things.
Yeah.
And now I hear them saying it, saying things that
Yes.
they've heard in television. And so we've become much
Things
more of
like
a universal word.
you want to have a Big Mac at McDonald's, things like that, right?
Oh, absolutely. And even high, like my dad pointed this out to me, not high, crack. We're not talking
Yeah.
about that kind
Yeah.
of high.
Like hi.
But, like high,
Hi,
like my,
like hello, hi.
yes. And,
Hi.
I grew up saying hi, but my dad said, you would never have that growing up. You would always say hello to people. And then if somebody said hi, they'd be like, are you trying to be an American? Whereas now all the kids say hi. And, there's Australian words like I went to college for a time in Australia, and I went back to Ireland, and I says, oh yeah, I'm going to uni. And people thought that was the funniest thing in the world that I would say uni, because Australians abbreviate everything. It's like, mosquito, they'll say mozzie, barbecue, Barbie. It's just a wonderful thing that Australians do. They embrace their laziness with words. And 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 so I would go back to Ireland and I'd say, oh yeah, I'm going to uni. And, I was at this Barbie, and they would think it's the funniest thing in the world. And they go like, what you do? And now my nieces and nephews, my niece is going to uni, and she's saying uni. And I was like, you wouldn't have got away with that 20 years ago when I was going to uni. You couldn't have said uni. And now they're all saying it. And it's so interesting how, this merge, this media that's all over the world that's converging is giving us all these
Yeah.
cross-cultural words, which I love.
Yes. And even sometimes taking a word and how it's pronounced. Like, for example, as a kid, my father's mother's side, hailing from Ireland, his mom and grandparents and all came over and settled in New York City and Manhattan, and then grew out from there, Astoria and places like that in Queens. And my father has always said a word that when I was a kid, I didn't say, and that is Film. And I've mentioned it on the show, film. He says film. And I would say, Dad, you mean film? Yeah, film. No, film. And it wasn't until a number of years later, I'm on PBS television and I'm interviewing legendary tenor Ronan Tynan. And it was during the Irish Tenors special. And I'm interviewing him, and he's talking about paparazzi and publicity and everything. And he's looking at me, I'm looking at him, I'm live on TV, and I hear him say the word film. I'm like, wait a minute. And I'm saying to myself, because I can't acknowledge it live on TV because I'm interviewing Ronan Tynan, I said, where have I heard that before? And then we chatted after, and he said in parts of Ireland, that's how film is pronounced. So I asked my father, and he heard that growing up, film as opposed to film. How do you say it?
I've always said film, but
Film.
I've always said film, but I've had to change, because if is this an example of something that would not work in a stand-up routine? So let's say, for example, the punchline is a film. I should say hi to my friend Nalini. Thank you, Nalini.
There. Yeah.
It's lovely to see you too. But if I say something like that, like if I say the punchline is film, I've had to change, because I've been to a lot of film festivals, because of my films, and people look at me funny when I say film. So more often than not now, I say film. But when I'm around Irish people,
then it's film.
And it feels just more natural. It's like the plural of you, where I come from, is ye. So instead of saying like you guys, are you guys coming out tonight, you would say, are ye coming out tonight? And you would be singular. And for
Yeah,
me, it
it's
still feels unnatural to say you as plural. I still say ye, even though people look at me funny. I'll
and
say, hey,
sometimes me, like I hear people say me mom or me dad
yes,
as
yes,
opposed to my mom and
yeah,
my dad,
mm-hmm,
me mom. Jennifer Barry, who's from Allentown, Pennsylvania, she says that. She
mm-hmm,
says her dad is gone, and she says, I miss me daddy and I
yeah,
love me mom. And the
mm-hmm,
me
mm-hmm.
as opposed to my, same thing. Interesting,
Oh,
isn't it?
absolutely. And it's a possessive that a lot of people use in Ireland. Certainly, it's you know, me mother would actually scold me for saying me mother. But as I said, she's not watching now. It's too late at night over there. It's about 1 o'clock in the
She will
morning.
watch in the archives. So
But but certainly, yeah, I would say it would just come out sometimes,
yeah, yeah.
and my friends here would look, they look at me like,
So
what?
so your mother would want you to say my mother,
Yeah, because it's more correct.
my
And
mother,
and so to be more slang to say me ma, like, or me mother,
or
and
mom, or is
yeah,
that yeah,
you would say mom. But
mom,
actually, there's another example, Jim,
and
of Americanism sneaking in to the Irish culture, because people now actually in a lot of places say mom.
mom
Yeah, it's like I'm going to see mom. But if you had said that when I was growing up, people
and
would
B,
say, "What are you
yeah,
trying to be, the Brady Bunch or something?"
mom,
Yeah,
yeah,
mom. And so it was either ma or mom, or
mum, mom, like in
yeah,
England,
some
mom,
would say ma'am. A ma'am would be another one. In Dublin, they
ma'am.
would say ma'am, and where I'm from, they would say either mom or ma, but never mom. But now the kids are saying mom, and I'm just like, where is this coming from? Um,
They
and
don't
so
love they don't love ma'am too much in America. You
no,
calling
isn't it?
ma'am?
Yeah. Yes,
Who's
yes, I
ma'am?
know a lot of women would get offended, especially
Ma'am,
younger women. You call younger woman ma'am,
ma'am.
and it's
You've
yeah,
just
it can
you've
be
just aged them greatly. I know.
yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Really, really funny. Just want to show a couple more comments and we'll show that clip. Christine Clifton in North Carolina is saying, enjoying tonight's conversation with Owen. Fun and great stories. And Babette says, imagine a dinner. Now, she's talking about her husband, Marty, of course,
Mhm.
Thompson. Imagine a dinner party in America where your Aussie husband brags about being a convict, an Irish Catholic Aussie convict. that would
Yes.
be some dinner party. And
Yeah.
Rhonda Murphy is here and she says, hi, Jim and Owen from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Nice
Wow.
to see you as well, Rhonda. We love having you here, Rhonda. And now she's all excited. And Jennifer Barry says, "Yep, me daddy and me mum."
Wow. Well, I
See,
love it. Nice to meet. And Barry's tea from Cork, the greatest tea in the world. So
she
Jennifer,
mentioned that.
did you
Yes,
really?
Jennifer, you mentioned that before, right? The Barry's tea in
Mhm.
Ireland. Yeah, you mentioned that connection. She's in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Here is that clip on the Jim Masters Show Live. We're going to take you to tonight live with this guy right here, Owen Dara. Now, Dara, that's an interesting name. Has it been shortened or is that the family name? That's an interesting name. I
No,
think that's the
no.
first time I've heard that last name, Dara.
Yeah, it's actually been shortened. There's a story behind it. And actually, I'm happy to chat to you for as long as we can because I really don't want to see this clip. This is going to probably make me cringe.
All
But
right, roll it.
yeah, I know. You're killing
So
me.
so hold the Dara story. We'll show
Yeah,
the
well,
clip and then we'll find out about Dara. Do you say Dara or Dara? How do you pronounce it?
I would say Dara.
Dara, Dara,
Yeah.
Dara. All right, Mr. Dara. Here we are tonight live a few years back. Enjoy, folks.
How's it going? Ireland, confession is fairly straightforward. It's a bit like Australia, but I went to confession in Southeast Asia. You wouldn't believe it. Because the priest would start off by giving you about 50 Hail Marys, but you could bargain them down to about 4 or 5. And New York was unbelievable. They even had an express lane, 8 sins or less. And every so often you'd hear over the PA system, price check on adultery. And if you didn't want to say the prayers straight away, you could put them on credit. The priest would be working out how much you owed on computer. He'd be there, will that be kneeling or non-kneeling? So I actually had a run-in with the priest once in Ireland. He actually crashed into my car, and I had to take his insurance company to court. And I actually won the case. I was awarded 500 Hail Marys in credit. Which actually means that I could probably rob a bank and still go to heaven.
I
Wow.
thought that was fantastic. That
Oh,
was
thank you, Jim.
fantastic.
I was just looking at it going, was I really that young?
That's what everybody says when they look back.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
Rhonda says awesome. Yeah, I loved
thank
it
you,
as
Ron.
well. That was terrific. So again, that was one of your first television appearances, huh?
Yeah, and I remember, I'm not sure if it was that time, if that was the first or maybe that was the second, just being nervous going into the TV studio, never actually having been in a TV studio before. I don't think, not certainly not as a comedian where, you know, everybody is, all eyes is just going to be on you and nobody else, for whatever happens for the next 4 minutes or whatever. And just being just scared to death and going out
Yeah.
there, and you know, as a responsive audience, and once you get your first laugh, you kind of settle into it, and then I started to enjoy myself, and it's over so fast. I mean, that's the thing about, you know, I'm used to doing, you know, 20 to 40 minutes to an hour, uh,
Yeah.
you know, when I do shows, and to have it, you know, be like 3, 4, or 5 minutes or something, it's over in a flash.
Yes, right. It
uh,
really, really is. And a New York minute, as we say, it's over
yeah,
that fast.
yeah.
Babette chimed in and she said, I'm in tears. This is truly the forgotten conversation, my era, the likes of Dinah Shore. Thank you, Jim. This is amazing. Thank you, Babette. Yeah, we're bringing back the lost art of conversation. I would say that this, with a modern vibe and a modern flavor, a modern twist, but with that sensibility of old school, like the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson or the Merv Griffin Show, Mike Douglas, maybe even some of the brilliant presenters in Ireland and England. She mentions Dinah Shore, where they'd come and sit on the couches and talk for an hour about their lives, their career, and whatever happens, you know, cooking segments and just do all that. That's kind of like what we're doing here on the Jim Master Show Live. There's no like prerequisite. We just have, there's nothing. Some people say, oh, what do I have to send questions? Are we using teleprompters? Is it scripted? I'm like, I've done a lot of that work professionally. We just turn the lights on and we let it roll, and it's freestyle conversation and inspiring and entertaining and with a warmth to it. And that's what we do here on the show. So thank you, Babette. That's a very beautiful, you know, comment. I really appreciate that. And Marty says you're one of the funniest. There's another word right there, bloke.
Yeah.
We don't really use that in Canada or the United States, bloke. When I
Yeah.
first heard that, and I saw that like in YouTube videos, like, you know, that guy, I'm sitting next to a bloke. I'm like, is that actually a good word? Because if probably you said bloke here, it's like the guy's a screwball, or, you know,
Yeah.
an idiot or something. Like he's a bloke. But it actually, you know,
Yeah,
it's like buddy or something, isn't it?
It is. It's like a guy, but it's like, it sounds pejorative if you don't know exactly. But I remember, I grew up knowing bloke. We would say that in Ireland too. Like he's a good bloke. Like
Right.
he's, oh, you see the bloke over there. It's like saying that guy over there.
It's the sound of the word, because it's so
Yeah.
like blunt. It's like
Yes.
bloke.
Yeah, and I know it sounds like an insult, but
Yeah,
when I
but
was
it
in
isn't.
college, actually, there was an American woman, an exchange student. Well, I guess a girl at that point. I mean, I guess what was she, like 18 or 19 or whatever? And she had learned some Australianisms before going there, you know, just so she would be able to communicate and not make a fool of herself or something. And she said to a group of people, she said, "Hey, we're going across to the cafe. Do you blokes want to come?" Now, correct use of word if it's all men. But she learned that blokes meant guys, and guys does mean men, really, I guess. But we can say you guys when there's women included, but you
Like a
can't
whole
say you
group, right?
blokes. Yeah, you can't say you blokes when there's also women. And so that's kind of one of those slip ups. And you know, there's some Australianisms like, oh my God, like there's an expression called fair dinkum. I still can't get my head around that. And it's sort of like, it means, you know, we would say like, are you serious? Like, are you kidding? Is that real? They would say fair dinkum. I have no idea where it came from, but
Fair dinkum.
fair dinkum. I really,
And that means what again?
it means like, are you serious? Is that true? Or
I love learning new. I'm a wordsmith, so I'm gonna use that next time when I see something happen, or when somebody hands me a bill that's bigger than I think it should be. I'm gonna go, fair dinkum.
yes. Or you can also use it to say that it is true in the positive. So if you say, For example, I met the president last week. Really, you could say, yeah, fair dinkum, like it's true. And that is something that I still can't get my head around. I don't know where that expression came from, but there's so many great expressions that you can take away from that country. And I have friends, Australian friends, that are here, and they don't try. And I think Marty is the same. I mean, I haven't seen Marty in so many years now. He's in Nashville, but as you know, but
yes, right.
and I haven't, unfortunately, haven't caught up with him in the time that we have both been in the United States. The last time I saw him, actually, I think was in Sydney. But he and some of his compatriots, they don't make any excuses for the language they use, the Australian words. So I know this guy in LA, and he'll just say words like fair dinkum, or like, or do you want to meet tomorrow, Arvo? Like, he said that for a group of people, and the people were like, what the hell is Arvo? It means afternoon. It's getting back to those abbreviations that they do. Mosquito, Mozzie, afternoon, Arvo. And so he said, you want to meet tomorrow, Arvo? And I was like, yeah, tomorrow, Arvo sounds great.
That's Australian or Irish or
Australian, yeah.
And so is it Arvo? So
Arvo.
like Barbie, is it Arvo?
Well, I guess with the Australian accent, I'm terrible. I'm not even going to try, because we have some Australians watching. But like,
Marty could say it, yeah.
Yeah, he could say it.
Arvo.
Yeah,
like a big R. Arvo.
Yeah, it's like ARVO. But the Australians don't roll the R, so it'd be Avo.
Avo.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
Here's
viewers. There's going to be a quiz later on this, so I hope you're taking notes.
Two of us doing terrible Australian accents, right?
Let's leave it to Marty and Jason.
Yeah, Marty's at home in Nashville, just cringing, going, "What have I done, bringing these two people together?"
Yeah, but he's an Irish Catholic Aussie convict, so he got it started.
Exactly, one of our own.
We have another clip here.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is White Horse's promo. Tell us about that.
Oh, yes.
I like that face. Ah.
Yes, I'm remembering that also. And that was not quite so long ago. That I think this clip was filmed in the Acme Comedy Theater in Hollywood. I did a show based on my book, which I wrote about my childhood, and the book was called White Horses. And to promote the book, I decided to do a one-man show. And the one-man show was basically, it ran about an hour and 20 minutes. And we filmed one of the shows and made a promo. And then I ended up doing, the show in various parts of the country. And in New York City, it was part of the New York City Fringe Festival some years ago. And I think this promo is actually from the very first show. And it was cut together right after the first show. And again, I'm scared to watch it, Jim. So let's go back to talking about our hair.
Go get a nice big Bailey's with ice in it, and you're good. The hair.
I need to. I think I need to.
Marty says, could you ask Owen if he was ever influenced by Hal Roach?
This is the funniest thing. I saw Hal Roach when I was a kid. He's the first comedian I ever saw, and I ended up meeting him actually after the show. It was at the Juries in Dublin. And as a kid, I think I was maybe 13 or 14, and I should not have been in a bar around smokers and drinkers at night watching a stand-up comedian. But I would think that a lot of the jokes that Hal Roach told are out of vogue now, and not the jokes that I ended up telling, when I started working at the Comedy Store and places like that. Because, the modern contemporary comedians, we write our own material. There's a certain style, and you kind of harken back to the style of Hal Roach, where it's like, probably your dad would tell these jokes about there's two donkeys in a field, and one donkey says to the other, and they're great jokes. Like, you can have fun telling those
There's
jokes.
also political correctness now and everything that's come in. And
well, not so much. Yes, the political correctness for sure, but not so much that. It's more the style. It's more telling stories from your own life. It's not like this guy walks into a bar. It's more like when I was growing up, we had this guy, or I was in Hollywood the other day, and I don't say Hollywood as like a glitzy place. I say it as like a place that I live nearby, where I just happen to, drive through sometimes, and I see a guy at the side of the street, And he reminded me of this guy, and it goes into some kind of story form of something
Right.
that you're feeling, you're expressing in your life, rather than Hal Roach, as great as he was and those comedians were in those days. That style is very much out of vogue now.
Yeah.
And so it makes me smile when I think of him, but certainly he's not a style that I would emulate in this day and age. You know,
I've always loved some of the old school comedians and comedians who Phyllis Diller and Rodney
yes,
Dangerfield, how they can just shoot one. You're still trying to get air from the last laugh, and they're
yes,
zinging and zinging and zinging.
yeah,
Don Rickles, of course, with all his
yeah,
zingers, he can look at a
yeah,
whole audience and just do a whole thing based on observation. But the
yeah,
Phyllis Dillers and the Rodney Dangerfields, that could
yes,
just, and then you had, of course, the George Carlins
mhm,
with the observations of the
mhm,
idiosyncrasies and craziness and nuances of life and
yes,
turning that into humor as well,
yeah,
while also getting us to think about
mhm.
life and about ourselves at the same time.
And that's what I love about George Carlin, and I could say his peers, but you know, he's peerless. He's really, if you ask most comedians who their favorite comedian is, it's George Carlin, because of exactly the reasons that you just pointed out. He's very funny. He makes us think about life. He talks about social issues and funny. Some of the specials that he did, you know, back in the 80s and 90s, 70s even. I think there's one even maybe from the 60s or 70s where he did
Yeah,
Theater in the Round. It just
yeah,
wonderful, just
yeah.
wonderful, wonderful comedian. And Phyllis Diller, who you mentioned, I actually got to see her live many
Amazing,
years
right?
ago. Oh my God, she was funny. And we
Bang,
talk
bang,
about the
bang.
old style comedians. And a lot of the jokes, and I remember being in the back of the room at the comedy club, a comedy club I used to work at, where actually Phyllis Diller was on that night. And so I and a lot of the comedians just went in to see her because we were just in awe. And the comedians, you know, we get relegated to the back of the room because we're the non-paying audience. But it was packed. This room, I don't know, was there like 500 people in there? And we're right up at the back of the bar. And I remember one of the comedians turning to me and saying, "Wow, she does a lot of old jokes." And I said, "Yeah, she does do a lot of old jokes." And then another comedian said, "Yes, but she wrote those jokes. Like, they're so old, they're her original jokes. And we think of them as old jokes because they've been passed around and rehashed so many times. And we're actually looking at the original person doing them right now."
I
And, you
wrote
know,
them,
she
yeah.
owned who she was. She talked about herself, her plastic surgery. She talked about
She
her weight.
did the self-deprecation, like
Yes,
Rodney Dangerfield, I Get No
yes,
Respect, and like
yes,
a
yes,
lot of the Jackie Gleason when he was Ralph Cramden, Lucille Ball as Lucy Ricardo.
yeah.
There's some of that older school was
Mhm.
very of a self-deprecating way. You notice?
And it absolutely worked for them too. I mean, that was their style. I mean, especially Rodney Dangerfield putting himself down, like the Groucho Marx line, you know, of I wouldn't want to be a member of a club that I wouldn't want to be in a club that would have me as a member, you know. And Rodney Dangerfield is like, it's not easy being me. I'm this guy, puts himself down. He puts, you know, talks about his mother-in-law and all those kinds of things that are really not in vogue for comedians now. I mean, those guys, you look at that, Phyllis Diller and Rodney Dangerfield, as you mentioned, and you see you see a time capsule of humor that's just not in vogue anymore, but we can appreciate it for what it was then. Like, you know, as we see the old movies where, you know, the people, you know, they don't kiss on the lips, they don't open their mouth, they do go cheek to cheek and stuff like that. Of course, you couldn't do that in a movie now, but we look at it in the old days and
You
we go,
can't even do it in regular life.
yes, these days, yes,
That's all changed.
yes, it has, yes.
And Babette says the art of humor is dying due to PC, as
Mhm.
is the craft of the entertainment of Hollywood. The greats who made Hollywood great are dead or dying. Jennifer Barry had met Gallagher. He used to be very funny too. Had a picture of him, cool guy. And then there was Carrot Top. One of them was the one that smashed the watermelons. Is that Gallagher? I think Gallagher is the one that used to hammer the watermelons. Cynthia, Carol Burnett, who I had the pleasure of meeting, wonderful. Tim
Mhm.
Conway, Harvey Korman on the Carol Burnett show when Tim and Harvey were together. The
Mhm.
laughs that would come up. Austin Field says another great show. Thank you very much, Austin. Appreciate that. Now, you left them hanging because Juanita in South Africa was quite late, but she's always with us. She's a trooper, says,
Mhm.
so what did one donkey say to the other?
Oh my God, I
And
love it.
she's not the only one, because
I
Nalini says, I
love
give up. What did one donkey say to the other?
Nellany's my friend who lives locally, and Juanita in South Africa.
Is there an
Thank you
answer
for
to
putting
that?
me on the spot. Well, there's this joke that I heard when I was a kid, and there's a guy, and he's driving along the road, and he's an American guy, right? And he's in this town and this near this village in West Cork in Ireland. He's going along this narrow road, and the car breaks down. I can't believe I'm telling this joke. I haven't told this in years, and he opens the bonnet. Now that's the other word, Jim. The
That's the
bonnet,
trunk, right? The
well,
trunk.
we would call the hood the
Oh,
bonnet.
the hood, the front is
Yeah,
that.
the
And the
bonnet
back is
is the
the
boot.
boot, right?
Yeah,
The bonnet's the front, the hood for the engine, and the boot is the trunk.
the boot is the trunk. Yeah, yeah. And
Now,
so
before you finish this, since you haven't told this in years, and this is the first time it's probably being said here, in America and elsewhere, we want to make sure that we properly title this as a Jim Master Show Live world premiere exclusive. This joke is a world premiere exclusive yet again on our
I
show.
love it.
Now you can continue.
Okay. So I think it was my friend Jim Cooney in Cork told me this joke when I was a kid, and we would share a lot of different jokes. My friends and I, we try to outdo each other with jokes, but I think he told me this joke, and I remember ever since. So anyway, there's an American fella, and he's driving in West Cork along the country roads, and a car breaks down. So he opens the bonnet, or as you might say, hood, and he looks and he's trying to work out what's going on and why is this broken? I can't work it out. And he hears this voice that says, the wire is off the spark plug. The wire is off the spark plug. And he looks around and he says, where did that voice go? And he sees these two donkeys in a field. And he said, well, it couldn't be the donkeys. And he looks back and he hears again, the wire's off the spark plug. So he looks again and he looks at the donkey, and there's a black and a white donkey. And he says, did you say that? And the donkey says, yeah, the wire's off the spark plug. And the guy looks and he puts the wire back on the spark plug, closes the bonnet, jumps back into the car, and he drives like crazy to the nearest pub. He's freaked out. He runs in. He says, give me a pint of your best Guinness right now. He drinks the Guinness, sits down and goes, so the two fellas up at the bar, and he says, what's going on with you? Like, what's the hurry? And he says, well, I was just down the street there by the ditch, and my car broke down, and I opened the hood, and there was two donkeys in the field, and one of them told me exactly what was wrong with the car. And the fella at the bar says, well, was it the black donkey now, or was it the white donkey? And he says, it was the black donkey. Why? And he says, you're lucky. The white donkey knows nothing about cars. you see, that's the old style now of those old comedians and comedians that we've been talking about, and it's lost. You wouldn't do a joke like that in the Comedy Store now.
No.
Not being PC, but it's
right.
It's just a setup of like they want to know who you are,
where
you're coming from, what's
where
going
you're
on
coming from.
Life,
Well, who enjoys great comedy and always has, the legendary comedian George Burns.
Oh my God, love George Burns. Yes.
There he is. He's enjoying this evening. He says hello, Owen.
Well, I'm absolutely honored to be in his presence. I love that line that he has where people used to gather around his birthday cake to get warm from the candles.
Yeah. And I love what Carl Reiner said before he passed. And he used to say this for years. And of course, legendary comedian, and created the Dick Van Dyke Show and so much more. He said every morning he would wake up, go to the newspaper and look in the obituary section. And if he wasn't in it, he'd have breakfast.
I love it. Oh, wasn't he just a treasure?
Oh, yeah.
And in fact, there's a documentary. If you're not in the obits, have breakfast, and they and Dick Van Dyke and Carl Reiner and Betty White and all those nonagenarians at that time.
Yeah.
And above.
And Norman Lear and Mel Brooks, who are still with us.
Yes.
Cynthia goes, smile, smile, Jim, LOL from Merlin in Canada. Love me some George Burns. George, my sweetheart. Smiles from Mona. And Juanita loved the donkey joke. So she's happy. And Cynthia goes, Owen with smiles, and Rhonda Murphy, Kathy Short, all smiles. Christine goes smiles and claps. And and Mona loves your long hair. So nice to meet you, Owen. Mona in Louisiana, USA, down south.
Thank you, Mona.
She loves it. Well, did you hear about the guy who, the priest in this church was looking for a bell ringer, somebody to actually go up to the top of the steeple and ring the bell when they would have service, when they'd have mass. So the priest actually placed an ad in the paper for a church bell ringer. This gentleman was opening up the paper, and he noticed that ad for the church bell ringer. So he contacted the priest and said, I'd like to come down and I'd like to audition or whatever I have to do to possibly get that job as the church bell ringer. I would love to do that, Father. So the father says to him, sure, come on down to the church. Meet me at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I will be there, son, and we will have you audition. We'll see if you are capable of getting that big bell up there at the top of the steeple to ring. He said, oh, I'm so excited, Father. I will see you at 3 p.m. tomorrow. So it's 3 p.m. The priest is at the church, and he hears this banging on the church doors. So he runs over to the doors because it's like a kicking or something that he's hearing, just this pounding. And he opens up the doors and he sees this gentleman standing there. And he goes, son, may I help you? And he goes, yes, Father. I was the one who called yesterday and inquired about the opportunity to be the church bell ringer. And he's, oh, okay, son. And he looks at the gentleman and he realizes that the gentleman has no arms. So he's saying to himself, the priest, but not out loud, of course, how is this young man going to be able to do this? How is he going to go up there and sort of, pull the big rope and get that bell to ring? How's he going to do that? So he says to him, he said, are you sure that you want to try out for this? You think you can do it? He says, Father, absolutely. I'm going to be one of the best church bell ringers you've ever had here at the church. And the priest goes, okay, lad, sure. Come on in, follow me, and I'll take you up to where the rope is and the big bell is at the top of the steeple. And, we'll give you a shot. Why not? You say you can do it, so why not? I'm fair. So they go to the top, and the gentleman sees the big bell and he sees the rope hanging there. And so the father says to him, okay, son, here is the bell that we need to have ringing just before service, and usually also at the top of the hour. Can you do it? He says, absolutely, absolutely, Father. It would be my pleasure, my honor. Do you want me to do it now? And the priest says, absolutely, please do it now, because we are in need of the bell ringer immediately. So let's see what you can do. So he says, Father, please step back. So the father steps back against the wall, and the gentleman steps back away from the bell and away from the rope. And then he sort of tilts his body forward and he leans forward like he's going to charge the bell. And he does. And he goes towards the bell and he bangs his face and his head off the bell. And all of a sudden the bell starts moving. And this is a monster bell. It starts moving. Dong, dong. And the priest is dumbfounded. The priest is like, oh, Hail Mary, this, that, and the other. And he's just like, oh my God, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Wow, young man, this is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. It's like a miracle. But I don't trust my eyes. Could I ask you, son, if it's not too much trouble, to ring that bell again? Can you do it again? I can't believe what I just saw. Can you do it again? So the gentleman says, absolutely, Father, it would be my honor and my pleasure. Please, if you can, step back. I will step back and I will do it again for you. So the father steps back against the wall. The gentleman steps back, does that whole lunging forward thing again, charges the big church bell, bangs his face and head off of it. And all of a sudden that bell starts moving and it starts ringing again. Dong, dong. And the priest is absolutely beside himself. And he says, well, young man, you are doing what the job calls for. You are ringing the church bell and we're looking for the bell ringer. So, And the gentleman goes, does that mean I get the job? Does that mean I get the job? He says, well, yes. Yeah, you've got the job. But if possible, I have to note it in my, manual here. And I just want to make sure that I've really seen what I'm seeing. Can you do it one more time? So the gentleman says, again, Father, it would be my honor and my pleasure. I would be happy to do it. Father, please step back and I'll be happy to do it again for you. So the priest steps back. The gentleman steps back, but this time he steps too far back and he trips and falls out the church window all the way to the ground. And the priest is like, oh my God, oh dear heaven, and mercy, this and everything. And he runs to the window and he looks down and he sees the gentleman laying there and he sees a crowd surrounding this gentleman. So the father, panic-stricken, runs down the stairs, flings open the church doors, runs down the stairs to where the crowd is, where the gentleman is laying. And a police officer comes up to the priest and he says, Father, do you know this lad? Do you know his name? And he goes, no, I actually don't know his name, but his face rings a bell.
I thought you were
that was told to me by one of my friends. His father is now like 92. He's from New York City. He's Irish, very Irish. And he is one of the phenomenal storytellers. And he told this at his own birthday party and had everybody, rip roaring laughing. And he tells zinger jokes too. But he told that joke. And
oh my God. I thought you were going to say, I don't know the guy, but he's a dead ringer for someone I have. That was the next thing. I thought, because if your dad was involved in that, there's a pun somewhere, right? Oh,
exactly. Marty loves it. Face rings a bell. I know. That's Cynthia says, awesome joke. Love it. Thank you very much. That is courtesy of Arthur Treelor, who's like 92 now and still belts out those jokes. Wow. Thank you, Austin Field. Oh my, that's bad, but also funny. I know sometimes when people say, oh, that's so bad, but yet they're laughing. Well, it's so bad, but it's good.
Good, bad, or bad, good, or whichever. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And Austin says, that is a very funny joke, Jim. Thank you, Austin. And Christine goes, oh my, that's bad, but also funny. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised I remembered the whole thing, because it's a little bit of my father is great with jokes like that, where there's a whole, you're roped in and now you're really listening, and it doesn't matter what's going on around you. You want to come to the end of that. And then there's a little twist at the end, sort of like the Twilight Zone. A night of levity and levity on the Jim Master Show Live. And here is the White Horse promo now with Owen Dara. Enjoy, and we'll be back with more. He's going to play live too.
Like, for a while, I honestly believed that he was trying to slowly become me by exchanging bits of him with bits of me. Like, if you give me any of your lip, I'll give you a piece of my mind. And then if I couldn't think of any new sins to tell him, I would just pretend that I committed some sins that I heard of other people committing in the past. Forgive me, Father, for I stole an apple from a forbidden tree in the garden. You know, she gave me the old, it's not you, it's me routine. Which is supposed to make it easier, right? It's kind of like, honestly, Owen, it's not you, it's me who's decided to find someone more interesting. And then she did. Oh man, I was so upset. You know, I even wrote my first ever breakup song and I played it to her in an attempt to win her back. I'm angry like a bull 'cause I miss my cow. murderers, you know, can have a chance to repent their sins, confess to a priest, and eventually be forgiven. But there's no way of doing that with suicide. Unless, well, maybe if I could find a priest, I could drag him with me into the river. Then as the current is taking hold of both of us, I could say, "Bless me, Father, and forgive me, for I am committing suicide." And possibly murder, Father.
One moment you wanted to empathize and cry, the next you wanted to just laugh because you could relate to the story.
I loved it. He was switching between, you know, like the very serious and the funny. I thought he did a superb job, so I had a great time.
I thought he was brilliant. It had everything. It had humor, it was poignant, it was witty, it was great.
Did you enjoy the show? Absolutely fabulous.
Made us laugh, it made us cry.
I found this very, very powerful.
Wow. It's funny that it cuts back to me with this mop of hair right afterwards. It's scary to go back in time like that and see such memories, you know.
Amy says, "Owen, you have a great delivery." And Cynthia says, "LOL, loving it." Cynthia also says, "Confession, LOL." Marty says, "You and I could do 10 minutes together."
I think we should do more than that, Jim.
More than 10 minutes.
Double act here, and we'll bring Marty in. It'll be a great show.
Oh my God. Too funny from Merlin. So funny from Juanita as well. Owen has made my day with his Catholic humor. A lot of the Irish humor does have priests involved, doesn't it? Fathers involved, you notice.
And, you know, Jim, I'll tell you, it was a taboo when I was growing up to really make fun of the clergy. And then it started to become okay. Once there was, how shall I say, a fall from grace.
Yeah.
A lot of the clergy. When I was growing up in Ireland, the church really had a stronghold over us all. I mean, they really did. We believed it. I can say for myself growing up and people that I grew up with, members of my family, we believed in Catholicism so wholeheartedly. And, you know, the whole thing of heaven and hell. Ireland was a very insular country. We didn't have a lot of influences from other countries at that time. And the church and state were really one. So, you know, even the National Broadcasting RTE, which was the National Broadcasting Radio and Television, was controlled by the church. The church could actually, you know, veto something that was going to.
Oh, I never knew that. I never knew the network was controlled by the church. Wow.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you know, they wouldn't acknowledge that it was, but they had such a stronghold, and you know, you couldn't really publicly, you know, say anything derogatory about the church.
So there were limits,
and be accepted. And then it started to, you know, when I was kind of in my early 20s,
loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, it did, and there was a break from it, and now it's just, I mean, you know, and anything goes, because a lot of people, you know, I think there was a bishop called Bishop Casey who it was found out that he had had a child, you know, 15 or 20 years prior, and he was, you know, well regarded in the church. And you know, when they found out that he had feet of clay and he had that fall from grace, I think it woke a lot of people up to, you know, the fact that it was not all that it was cracked up to be. And then the stronghold that the church had over people started to loosen. And so, you know, for me, because I felt like it was such a part of my childhood, Catholicism, and I was brought up as such a strict Catholic, and we were brought up, you know, to believe so fully in the Catholic ethos and the fact that the Pope was infallible. I mean, I really believed all that. I'm not taking from anybody who believes that now, but I think it's not to the extent now. The church has certainly changed because it had to change with the times. And so for me, it was sort of a release to actually be able to make fun of the things that I thought were, I suppose, my path to heaven. You know, we're taught that there's no other path but this. And I mean, Marty mentioned before Hal Roach. I mean, that was something that he and Dave Allen and those comedians would also kind of make fun of, that fact that we believed we were the one true faith, like everybody else was wrong. All other forms of Christianity even were wrong, or any other religion was wrong, other than the people who followed, Rome and the Roman Catholic. And so, I mean, that's kind of funny in and of itself, I think now, for a lot of people. And
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, so it was certainly especially when I started off, there was a lot of that. And so when I do a show about my childhood like that, I can't not make the Catholic Church a very big part of it, because I actually wanted to be a priest when I grew up. I mean, as a kid, I was absolutely 100% sure that I was going to
That
grow
you
up to be a
go
priest.
into,
And
right.
and then I guess I don't know. I
So
discovered
you're
girls.
while you're ministering in a different way through song, music, filmmaking, and comedy, ministering because that's therapeutic and takes people away from some of the stress and craziness of life. So in a way, still, some of the work that we do is
Yes.
therapeutic and ministering in a different way, right?
It's a church of sorts, Jim, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. You're just not passing the collection basket around afterwards.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's right. Well, we might.
We still might do that.
We actually should. We could say, like, every dollar is a step closer to heaven.
That's right. That's right. Do you know what it costs to put this show on the air?
Yes, that's right.
Now we're going to take people on a cruise. And just for folks joining us, he's got a wonderful instrument there. He's going to perform live. He's going to sing live as well. But we have cruise ship stand-up. Tell us about that.
Wow, that's also going back a while. The last cruise ship I did was about 5 years ago. I went from Hawaii to Tahiti. And
cheers, by the way.
Yeah, cheers.
Sláinte, cheers.
Sláinte, and I saw one of the viewers wrote Sláinte there earlier, and I
is that how you say it? Sláinte? You say Sláinte?
Yeah, I say Sláinte.
Because I always say Sláinte, but
yeah, it depends on what part of Ireland you're from.
Oh, really? So,
and it also might depend on how many cocktails or Guinnesses you've had.
So Cork area would say Sláinte.
I've always said Sláinte, yeah.
And Sláinte would be, is that Dublin or?
It might be Dublin or the north. I'm not really sure because I've heard it so many different ways.
It depends on how much Guinness, I guess, has been poured.
I think it morphs from Sláinte. Like I would say Sláinte. And I suppose after several beers, I might say Sláinte.
Sláinte.
Yeah.
Sláinte to then slanted after the Guinness. It results in slanted after the Guinness.
Yeah, then it just becomes an sound.
And that's what Rhonda's saying. Sláinte, guys. And
Sláinte, guys, I like that too.
Bringing joy and laughter to the masses. Yes, that's what we are doing. And thank you, Amy. Cynthia says, I can relate to the Owen from my Catholic roots. Your humor is so appreciated. I read that biography about the bishop.
Ah, yes. Yes, and my book, it talks about my I guess my moment as a child or as a teenager when I had to turn. I was an altar boy, and I was resolute in my faith, and that I was going to grow up to be a priest. But I think part of that was the entertainer in me, because the priest was the guy up there, telling the stories every Sunday. He had a captive audience. Yes. Like that. And so in my book, there's a kind of a chapter dedicated to that turn, when I was a teenager. But anyway, the stand-up days of the cruise ship, the last one I did was, I think it was on a Princess line, and I went from Hawaii. I flew from here to Hawaii and then cruise from there to Tahiti. And oh my God, I got to say, it was paradise.
Yeah.
And after having taken a break from the shipping life for probably 7 to 10 years, it was a joy to go back, but it was also a marker for me to move on to other things, because I missed cruising so much. But it was nostalgic for me. And then when I went back and I did it, and I got to basically experience, paradise again, I realized that I've moved on. And I guess we'll talk about, I'd become a filmmaker at that point, and the dedication and the commitment and the time commitment it takes to making films.
Yes.
I had this fantasy that I could be on cruise ships in my cabin editing my films and writing my scripts. But the last cruise that I did made me realize that it just wasn't going to work out that way, because you're on a cruise, you don't want to be in your cabin the whole time. It's so claustrophobic.
Right.
But the clip that we're about to see, if it's the one I'm thinking of, I think I don't think it's from that recently. I think it's from a few years before that. As I say, when I started out doing cruises, I didn't know what to expect. I got hired as an entertainer to be on a ship, and I was like, they're paying me for that? Like,
They're paying me for this, right?
Like they're sending me to, like, I think I was going to like Noumea, New Caledonia and Fiji, and I was like, and they're going to give me money, like, as well, and all my food and like my own cabin, and it was quite a discovery that you could actually make a decent living as an entertainer at sea. And so it's a very long-winded way to actually hold off again on you playing that video, because I'm not sure I can watch this again either.
Hit it.
Like, for a while, I honestly believed that he was trying to slowly become me by exchanging bits of him with bits of me. He'd be like, if you give me any of your lip, I'll give you a piece of my mind. And then if I couldn't think of any new sins to tell him, I would just pretend that I committed some sins that I heard of other people committing in the past. Forgive me, Father, for I stole an apple from a forbidden tree in the garden. You know, she gave me the old "it's not you, it's me" routine, which is supposed to make it easier, right? It's kind of like, honestly, Owen, it's not you, it's me who's decided to find someone more interesting. And then she did. Oh man, I was so upset. You know, I even wrote my first ever breakup song, and I played it to her in an attempt to win her back. I'm angry like a bull, 'cause I miss my cow. Even murderers, can have a chance to repent their sins, confess to a priest, and eventually be forgiven. But there's no way of doing that with suicide. Unless, well, maybe if I could find a priest, I could drag him with me into the river. Then as the current is taking hold of both of us, I could say, "Bless me, Father, and forgive me, for I am committing suicide." And possibly murder, Father.
One moment you wanted to empathize and cry, the next you wanted to just laugh because you could relate to the story.
I loved it. He was switching between, like, the very serious and the funny. I thought he did a superb job, so I had a great time.
I thought he was brilliant. It had everything. It had humor, it was poignant, it was witty, it was great.
Did you enjoy the show?
Absolutely fabulous. It made us laugh, it made us cry.
I found this very, very powerful.
You love that so much. We played that twice for you. That's an encore. That's a bonus treat here on the Jim Master Show Live, the White Horses promo. Now we're going to take you on the cruise ship. See, you love it so much. We play it twice just for you. What show does that?
The cabins are nice, aren't they? But just tell me, is it just me, or does anybody have one of those cabins where you have curtains on the wall and no porthole behind it? Oh. Thank God, I thought it was only me. I thought they were just like, there's this Irish guy is going to come on. Let's just put curtains up on the wall. I wake up in the morning, let's get a view of nothing. And as well, the first day that I walked in, the console between the beds, there's these arrows and they go, cooler? You seen this? Warmer! I'm standing looking at them, I'm going, feels the same. And you see this sign outside the shower as well in the bathroom. Caution, test temperature before entering water. I'm going, I think I'm okay. And have you seen this sign on top of the wardrobe? It says, life preserver. Have you seen this? I thought if there's an emergency, I'm just going to hop in there.
That is fun. When was that again? That one?
Which one?
The cruise ship?
Oh, that was, I honestly don't know how many years ago that was, but it was one of the Princess ships, I think. I worked for Princess for a while. I used to go maybe like once a year for a few weeks or a month or something. And it was always just a great way to get away and have, like, you know, a working holiday and spend time, you know, at sea, and you know, got to go to all the ports. And as an entertainer, you know, the production shows worked a lot more than we did as guest entertainers. So as a guest entertainer, you're basically like a passenger. You have passenger privileges. It's just you have to do a show. I hate to even admit that you do a show maybe twice a week. And the rest of the time, you're basically just enjoying it like passenger. You know, you do an early show and a late show 2 or maybe 3 nights a week. And you know, honestly, I used to feel guilty walking around just seeing everybody, you know, else on the crew working so hard, and then me just kind of like, you know, having a great time. But then, you know, when you're working and you're doing your hour show and you're doing it a couple of times a night, you know, then you're working very intensively. I mean, because they're there and they're like, they want to laugh for an hour. They want to come and so you make them laugh. So a lot of the material, as you probably see from the clip, I ended up writing about the ships. And, you know, I think the audiences really appreciate that you're writing what's happening on the ship. Certain things would happen at ports, and I'd work that into my routine. And, you know, I would talk about, obviously I was talking about the cabin. I don't know if it was clear there, but the arrows were related to the heater. So it's basically like you turn the dial this way for hot and cold. And so, you know, I was referring to the arrows. And of course, people can relate to, you know, what's going on. But I actually started doing jokes too about, I had this whole thing about the ship's safety, because they would have these safety talks in the beginning, and there'd be a drill for all the passengers. And I started writing a routine about, like, you know, the safety stuff. And I actually got not quite the captain, but I think it was chief of staff or something, said, look, we get that it's funny and the passengers like it, but like maybe tone down on the safety thing a little, because you know, there's a whistle that you blow on the life jacket, and you just blow the whistle to attract attention. And I'm just, you know, I did this routine about some like plane flying, you know, a mile above, and you're blowing this little whistle, and the pilot's going to be like, oh, what is that? You know, and you're going to see this little. So I was told, really don't make fun of the safety, because it's very serious, and of course it is. And so I kind of had to stop doing that. But it was, you know, as I alluded to earlier, I think, you know, shipping for me kind of, it played itself out in that I think it was a great gig, lovely audiences. I met lovely people. I enjoyed doing it at the time, but I just feel my life now and where I'm going now, it's sort of like something that I needed to kind of move away from. Not to say that I'm never going to go back to it, but I just think that doing that, it's such, shall I say, kind of an easy life as an entertainer, that you could sort of get stuck in that world and not really move on. Because I remember a friend of mine saying to me sort of early on when I started doing, he says, hey, you could do this for the rest of your life. I just thought, what life is that? You know, it's exciting here and there occasionally, but these entertainers that are constantly getting on and off ships and going to different places, and they don't really have any real home, you know, I think you just come to a point where it's like, I get to work at home now, you know, or at least in the city that I live in, you know, I get to go do a gig and I get to come home.
You wanted to plant more roots, right? And
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a sign of getting old, Jim.
Which leads me to the X-ray story clip. X-rays.
Yes.
Tell us about this one.
Oh, that's so funny. It's, and I'm not saying that the story is
just in case we play White Horse a third time.
Oh, that was so funny.
That was cool. That was an encore, a special exclusive encore for the audience because they loved it so much. And for those that joined us late, they got a chance to see it. That was funny.
And what's so funny is, I haven't seen that promo. I haven't watched it. And I don't know how many years. And now I get to see it twice. Like the first time, I'm going, oh, this is.
And you're like, my God, I was good. I'm good.
As you said, an encore.
In case you missed how good I am, we're going to play it again for you.
I love it. And the comments that came up, then we had more comments that were brilliant.
Say.
Nicely done, Jim. We planned that, didn't we? As you said in the beginning, we planned nothing for this.
Nothing. Show. No, it's all.
Hey, let's get on and have some
freestyling. You just respond to it as it flows.
I love it. Well, I'm having a great time. Thank you. So your question. Oh yes,
the X-ray story clip.
Okay, so this is something that actually happened to me as I was a kid. I should preface it by saying I was hit by a car, a Morris Minor, when I was 4. And I was running down the hill racing my brother, and I didn't realize at the time, I didn't understand the laws of physics such that, you reach the trajectory at the velocity of as fast as your legs can possibly carry you. You're not going to be able to make a right angle turn at the end of the slope to avoid going out into the middle of the road. And so I ran down in front of my brother, and I was winning the race. Which was obviously very detrimental. And I come out onto the road, and there's a car, Morris Minor, they're solid British steel frames that they had in those days. I hit by a Morris Minor, went up over the top and landed in the ditch and ended up having to go to hospital. Kind of scary for me, of course, as a 4-year-old kid and my whole family. But anyway, I think the story picks up in this clip. And it was only last year that this was at a storytelling show, not even a comedy show, a storytelling show here in Altadena, run by a great storyteller called Ty Fance. And he invited me to tell a story at one of his shows. And so I thought, well, what story can I tell? And I just remember being hit by a car. And so I just wanted to say, I know this clip, I think this clip comes in the middle. I think there was some technical glitch or something beforehand, but I was hit by a car. I had to go to hospital. I was 4.
You were 4. And the rest is history, preserved in the X-ray story clip. And here we go. Not White Horse, X-ray story. And here we go.
Thank you.
So then they tell me, I gotta have an X-ray. So I say, what's an X-ray? And they say, well, we can see what's going on outside your body, because of the bruises and the scrapes. But an X-ray will tell us what's going on inside you. And I thought, oh my God, they're going to see all the black marks on my soul from the sins I've committed. I don't want an X-ray. So the nun eventually comes back. And she says, well, I'm happy to say that you don't have any broken bones. And I go, okay. Did you see anything else? And she said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, was there any, did you see any, colors? So she said, the X-ray doesn't show color. And I was like, oh, thank God. Oh, I'm so happy. I was so ecstatic. What was even better about that day was when I got home, I found out that the driver of the Morris Minor had bought me a bar of chocolate for my suffering. Now, as a 4-year-old child, there is nothing better than a bar of chocolate. Nothing better. And I was so happy. I was so delighted. Until I found out that she had also bought my brother a bar of chocolate. And he hadn't done any of the suffering. And not only that, she had bought a bar of chocolate for my younger brother, and he had nothing to do with anything. I'll be honest with you, my friends, I was very bitter about that for a very long time. But then I thought, you know what? We're young, we're children. Sometime during our childhood, maybe something will happen to one of them. suffer, and I'll get free chocolate. But it never happened. And eventually I had to just accept that's just how life is. Sometimes it's not fair. You have to accept things as they come, deal with them. You can't go through life just hoping something good is going to happen, like one of your brothers getting hit by a bus.
It's a great story, and obviously you had everybody on the edge of their seat, and that one lady's laugh too.
Oh,
And there's something I've always loved hearing without seeing the people. Sometimes, like when you watch television shows or what have you, where you hear the audience, but you don't necessarily see them, and you hear like this one person's laugh that is hysterical. That can set things off in a fantastic way as well.
I know. I should have got her name and invited her to all my shows.
To all of the
Yeah.
What about ever have a heckler? Ever deal with anybody who maybe had a little bit too much to drink, or they were just giving you a hard time doing comedy?
Yes, and in fact, some of the shows that
Besides your family.
yeah, my family, they heckle me in very subtle ways, but certainly hecklers was something that I had to deal with a lot, especially when I started off and I was, working in the pubs, because in the pubs, sometimes people come to heckle comedy, to heckle comedians, and to see if the comedian can actually handle hecklers. And it's so interesting because in the beginning, of course, I hated it. Like, I didn't know how to deal with hecklers, and you're like, God, I hope nobody says anything, and somebody says something and it throws you off. But when I got more comfortable with it, I used to welcome hecklers. And I actually got to the point where a heckler would say something, and then I had a ton of put down lines that I would use. And then I'd get to the point where I would say to the heckler, after I put the heckler down, I would say, your turn, and invite them to heckle me back. And sometimes it actually became a major part of the show if the audience was getting into it, if they enjoyed it. And strangely, a lot of people who heckled me, who I would put down, and I would, argue with and make them look like the stupidest person in the world, because that's what you do when you're on stage and somebody tries to mess up your act. They would come up to me afterwards and they'd be buying CDs.
Yeah,
like telling
I loved it.
They love the show, and I'd be like, do you realize that I just tore strips off you in front of like 200-300 people?
Now there's a phrase, tore strips.
Yes. Oh, is that
tore strips off you?
Yeah. In America?
No, tore strips off you? No.
Interesting. Yeah. I think that's probably, I don't know. I actually don't even know where I picked it up. Sometimes I'm such a Mod Podge these days. But, and I would enjoy hecklers. And the shows that I do now, very seldom I get hecklers. And in a sense, I miss it. I think American audiences.
Don't say that too loud.
That's true. That's true. But I think audiences in America, as opposed to a lot of other places that I've worked, are very respectful.
Yeah.
They're great audiences. Respectful, very giving audiences.
Yeah. They want you to succeed. They want you to entertain them. They want you.
Yeah, and they're behind you. It's rather, as opposed to, the audiences in some places that are, all right, let's see how funny you are. Let's see.
Prove it. Right.
Yeah, it's like, it's a very welcoming environment. And that's why I appreciate working over here more than in most places that I've worked. It's really refreshing.
I've actually heard that separate from this Jim Master Show Live, but in my other professional work where I've interviewed a lot of artists as well, and just people from around the world, people that come from Europe and other areas that come to the United States will say that, especially if they are in the performance area. They'll say, boy, the Americans are, and certain cities, even so in America, more than other cities, like New York or what have you, they're so reactionary and they're really clapping. And where some places you can go in other parts of the world where they're just going,
yeah.
And that's it. As opposed to, wow, yeah, you get more of that sort of here, which is a great support system, sort of builds you up to want to do more and please more with entertainment and comedy and so much more, right?
Yes, and it's symbiotic because, the more energy they give, the more you give back, and then the show becomes better. And it's so interesting, in other parts of the world, as you say, like audiences can be, somewhat reserved. And it's hard when you go from an audience that's very giving and loving and very, very vocal to going to an audience that's not, because then you suddenly start to think, oh, what's wrong with me? Like I'm not as funny anymore.
Right.
And you have to be careful not to, you know, take that out in the audience, or blame the audience for not laughing as heartily as they
Right.
might have in other cities. And
Yeah.
you know, I've done some shows where I go like, oh, well, that show really wasn't as good as the early show or the show I did last week, but people will still come up and say, oh my God, that was so funny. I loved it. I enjoyed it. And I go, yeah, but I mean, compared to like the show I did an hour or you like 2 hours ago on the earlier set or whatever, you know, and you feel the deficit, but they don't. And that's what you kind of got to
Right.
remember. Is like
Exactly.
it takes from their joy for you saying the show wasn't as good as it could have been. And so now,
Yeah.
you know, I try to say, well, if I'm in Ireland, I say, no, I was terrible. It was the worst show I ever did, because
Right.
that's what I have to do.
That-
It makes me feel comfortable. But in America, I just say thank you, and you know, I appreciate it. And so it is interesting how
yeah.
different, you
How
know.
it's all different, and you have to work the room, engage the audience, and take
Yeah.
the temperature in a way. And now these days with the pandemic, you have to take the temperature. But I mean, but before that, you,
Yeah,
you
but
would
the
just.
audience's temperature too before you even stand in front of them. But
I was yeah, I was going to say that everything that we talk about how BC was always before Christ. Now
Yeah.
it's before COVID.
I love it. I love it. Well, it's interesting what you said about taking the temperature. And this is something that I learned after being in entertainment, like maybe a couple of years. It took me a while. Is somebody told me, I think it was another comedian said to me, start where they are.
Yes. Yeah.
Where the audience is, because I would come out like, hey, like I'm funny and you're funny and energy and here we go and we're going to have a great time. But if the audience is in a cold room, sometimes they're in a room that's not only
Cold or
emotionally or mentally, but physically cold, and audiences are inclined not to laugh if they actually feel cold.
you're right.
So if you go out there and you're suddenly, you know, here, you know, trying to get into the frame, you're here and they're round about here. If you start there, you push them away. And so if you gauge where the audience are and you start at that level, and then you know, you can work to bring them up. That was kind of a hard lesson. You know, that a lot of comedians that I know still haven't learned, because
So
you know,
when you go in, do you make sure that you look at the thermostat before you go on stage and say, "Hey, manager, turn it up. It's too cold in here."
doing shows in LA, we don't have that problem as much.
No,
You know?
no.
I mean, other parts,
Alaska might be something different.
yes, absolutely. Although they're prepared for the cold, and so, but a warm room is important. Like a lot of people don't know that like, you know, for the room to be
Oh,
warm,
yeah.
for the people to be closer together. And I know, of
Exactly.
course, that's impossible now. We can't.
Now it's totally changed. So much has
Yeah.
changed.
Yeah.
Did you want to? You have the guitar there. Did you want to? We have some
Sure.
more videos too, more, and we have film clips and a lot of cool things coming up. But
Right.
while you're there,
Yeah.
tell us about that beautiful instrument you have in front of you there. It's a gorgeous
Well,
guitar.
this one's actually a Martin. I got this recently. I bought it probably close to a year ago. Well, just over a year ago. I think it was just before COVID. And it's left-handed, so it's so funny because
As am I.
oh, well, that's fantastic.
My whole family, parents, sister, everybody were all. And so when we would have a dog, we'd always train the dog to only give its left paw.
Oh, that's so funny. I've never heard of that before. A whole
The
family.
whole family. Yeah, we were the family that when a new refrigerator was delivered, we'd always have the door reversed. So
Oh,
we'd open it from the left.
I love it. See, I was the only one in my family. They try to train me to be right-handed because, again, going back to the Catholic thing, you know, it's
Oh, they did in New York. They had consultants come in when we were in elementary school, and they had us lean over us, and that was public school. It wasn't a religious school; it was public school, and there was a period of time where they did that, and they would take the pencils or pens out of our hands, the left-handed, and say, "No, no, no. You want to write right," and try to show us how to write right, because they said it's a righty world, and they thought that it was going to make our lives easier.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody got anything out of it because nobody switched to right. They stayed
Yeah.
left, and that's it. And
Yeah.
you can sort of stunt the growth of people when you say that you got to do that and try to take the pencil out of the kid's hand and put it in the right. Did they do that with you?
Oh yeah, yeah, they did, but I
I
was
don't think
lucky.
they can do that now
No, I
anywhere.
don't think so. I was lucky that my parents supported my left-handedness, even though there were no other
Yes.
left-handers in the family. My parents had heard, I think maybe from my mother's aunt, who was a school teacher, said that it can manifest in a stutter can manifest as a result. So it has,
Of forcing them to be
yeah,
right-handed. Wow.
yeah, that's something in the brain, and it can cause all sorts of problems. But my granddad was a dentist, and he wanted me to become a dentist. And as you just said, it's a right-handed world, and you couldn't get the dental equipment for left-handers, at least.
Hmm.
And
Right.
so his I'm sure I'm a grave disappointment, but he wanted me to take over his practice and be a dentist, and I showed an interest in it, for a while. And so he was the one that kept trying to make me become right-handed. And actually, when I was living, when as I told you, I started out in a little village in West Cork, and I was probably 4 or 5 years of age, and my brother and I went to a neighbor's house, and this neighbor used to, she'd give us sweets, and in those days out the countryside, as little kids, 4 or 5 year
Yeah.
olds, go off up there by yourself and just drop in on people. And
Yeah, we did that. Yeah. And it was safe and fine and okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was a different time. And she would give us toffee or other kinds of sweets. And I remember one day she said, write your name, show me you can write your name. And my brother wrote his name. And then she said, show me you can write your name. And I did it. And then she said, do it with your proper hand.
Mhm.
And I couldn't. I honestly still get teary-eyed to this day.
Proper hand. Yeah.
Yeah, because I couldn't write my name with my right hand, and so he got a sweet and I didn't. And it was just kind of like, the devil, like I was told, like it was the devil. It
Like
wasn't
you
just
were
you were
something
using.
wrong with you. Right.
And I kind of carry that, like, I mean, the Latin word for left hand is sinister. So we're actually evil. Sinister. So I
But
think,
supposedly ultra creative and
yeah,
empathetic too.
yeah, and I mean,
Left-handed.
it's just who we are. And so, but the disadvantage, I did not become a dentist, so no problem there. But as a guitarist, you have to have, if you play left-handed, you have to have a special guitar. So
Yeah.
my guitar is upside down, and I can't play other people's guitars, nor can they play mine, unless I come across a left-handed guitar. And
Right.
then it's like, wow, like they're my brethren. If I see another left-handed guitarist, I'm like,
They're
oh,
rare. Right.
yeah, we are rare. And the they didn't try to change me when I started playing guitar, so I'm grateful for that too, that I got to play it, what came naturally.
Can you do certain things with the right hand? I know when I drive,
Yeah,
my left hand is sort of up on the window area, and I
yeah,
drive with the right. My
yeah,
sister can do, she's left, but she can do certain things with the right as well. I throw a baseball with the left. I bowl with the left.
yeah,
Um, if I drink something in a glass, I can do either or, but I definitely, when I cut meat, the
yeah.
fork is in the right hand and I'm cutting with the left.
Oh,
And then
interesting.
I'll take the fork
Yeah.
and it'll be in the meat, and then I'll cut with the left because the left is the dominant. And then
Mhm.
I'll cut with the knife. Then I
Mhm.
put the knife down and then I go back to the fork and I'll eat it with the fork
Ah,
with the left. So
yeah,
cut with the left, hold the fork with the right, and
yeah,
then do I think spooning is with the left.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I wave, I think, first with the left. Do you ever notice which one you wave with first? Do
I
you
do
wave with the left
always
first?
left. With,
Do you
with me,
favor your left side of your body too? Sometimes I think I lean when I stand, maybe I'll lean a little bit. I'll sort of project the left a little bit more.
yeah, maybe so. And I use my left leg. I mean, I'm totally left. The only thing I would say that I do with my right is the scissors, because I don't have left-handed scissors. So if you have a left-handed scissors, then yes, but how do you come across? Then if you can't find your scissors, you can't cut anything.
Right.
So I had to learn to do that with the right, but you know, holding the fork in the left and the knife in the right, like I wouldn't have got away with what you're talking about, putting the knife over here and cutting that on the plate. No.
You would have to cut it with the right.
Yes. So manners dictate such that you do not put your knife in your left hand, and also blessing yourself. Like when I was a kid, that's the one thing like my mother would not let me do with my left hand, because it'd be natural, right? But you had to do that with your right hand, because this still superstition still was around, that is the hand of the devil. So you can't bless yourself with your left hand. I mean, that's not something.
Were you ever spanked as a kid?
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder what hand they used when they did it. Was it the left?
I couldn't tell. I was always running.
I was going to say, was it I bet you they spanked with the left hand.
Yeah. Maybe so. Maybe so, actually. Yeah, that is the devil coming through.
That's it. Ask her when she watches this tomorrow in the archives. Mom, when you spanked, was it with the left?
Yeah,
you were supposed to do it with the right. You told me the right was everything.
Yeah. No, I think they were all pretty much right-handed. I mean, honestly, that's astonishing. I've never heard of an entire family of left-handers. That's, I mean, did they?
My whole immediate family, both parents and sisters and everybody, and
How many kids?
Myself and my sister. Yeah.
They should do
studies. My mother is the youngest of 16. My mother has, but there's a mix of left hand, right hand, and all, but dominant. Yeah.
Yeah, they should do a study on you. That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. And the dog would give the left paw, and that's funny. Rhonda says, my brother is, like Jennifer says, I got cracked, spanked, and with both hands, whichever was closest to her, LOL. And Rhonda says, my brother is the only lefty in my family. They say left-handed people are very creative, and just there's a lot of different things with left-handed people. So you're going to play with the left guitar with your left. And what are you going to play for us, my friend?
Well, I have a number of things that I could pull from, but I just thought, you know, maybe I'll play like an original, a song that I wrote that's a breakup song. I mean, would you think we'd be okay with that?
Are you telling us something, that you're playing us a breakup song?
No,
we've just met.
It's one I wrote some years ago, and you know, I had some people tell me when I wrote this song, they were like, "That's your $1 million song," but it hasn't happened yet. So I'll start the bidding at 500,000 for your viewers, Jim, because I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, okay, and it's another world premiere exclusive.
Yes, and I always say when I wrote this song, I wrote it about a relationship breakup, and when
with a right-handed person.
Right, yes, and that's why we broke up. But yes. I always say when I first wrote this song, it only had 2 chords because that's all she deserved. But then, you know, I got some therapy. I kind of got through it a little bit, and then I decided, you know what, I'll just add a 3rd chord, and it probably needs a 4th chord, but you know, I'm just not there yet. Not enough time has passed.
Yeah,
for me to be okay.
All right, here we go.
When the nighttime turns over me, I close my eyes to all I know to be. I move to the haunting world of sleep and never weep. When I'm asleep, I can go wherever I please. I move through mountains, valleys, and seas. I can be with anyone, doesn't matter who, but it's always you. When I'm asleep, I'm the same as any man. I can dream just the same as he can. I can be with you. In my dreams, it's true. When the morning light shines, I open my eyes to find the world, it's not as it seems. In my dreams, when I'm asleep, I'm the same as any man. I can dream just the same as he can. I can be with you. In my dreams, it's true. I know he's the one who holds you close. Maybe you love him the most, but such a fire will burn me inside when you're his bride. When I'm asleep, I'm the same as any man. I can dream just the same as he can. I can be with you. In my dreams, it's true. In my dreams, it's always you.
Really nice, my friend. Really, that's a beautiful song, huh?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, that really is very, very touching.
Thank you.
Is that available anywhere? Is that out?
You know, I wish I could say yes, and we're in the mixing stage now of doing an album, and it's going to be on the album, and it's coming out, I hope, in the coming months. I mean, it should have been out by now, but you know, I thank you, Cynthia. I'm reading that comment. I appreciate that so much. And thank you. I know, Jim, it's your job to read the comments, but I'm so happy to hear that from people. And so
awesome song and claps and beautiful. And Owen, you have a beautiful song and great voice. And Owen, you have wonderful soothing voice. I really like the lyrics to the song. And Marty says, so proud of you, my brother and friend. And Juanita in South Africa. What a beautiful song. I will bid my South African Rands. I like that.
Well, if anyone wants to get in touch on Facebook, I can let you know when this is coming out on the album, hopefully in a couple of months. I'm just
very nice.
We're just in the mixing stages right now, and
Yeah.
you know, I'm a tweaker.
Yeah.
In that I like to, it's, you know, we've got 14 songs and it's all original songs, and I'm just I just kind of want to do the best that I can before I put it out. And so hopefully within a couple of months it'll be out. So
fantastic. Really, really nice. Really nice. Singing you really enjoy too. Do you enjoy it more than the comedy, or are they equal for you?
I actually think when comedy is really firing and there's magic in the room and the crack, as we talked about earlier, the Irish version, the Irish use of the word, I think there's nothing quite like comedy. I feel like what it must be like when a surfer is on a giant wave, and it's just flowing between you and the audience because you're getting that instant feedback. And I think I enjoy being able to air the more serious side of myself in the singing. And I think that was certainly missing when I was just doing stand-up. There were times where, you know, you're as you know, as an entertainer, there are nights when you really don't feel like being on, you don't feel like being the center of attention, you don't feel like being that high energy person. And music is just a great way to be able to express how you're feeling in the moment and you don't have to be the funny guy. You don't have to be the center of attention. And that's wonderful when you really don't feel like being that. And that's what I love about music. And what I try to do now is I gravitate towards shows that allow me to have a balance. Yes, they hire me to do the comedy, but they allow me to do a couple of songs, you know, at the end, especially if it's a long set. And, you know, in my comedy show, I used to always do some comedic songs, but it's not the same thing as really expressing your truth. You know, I found it hard as a comedian to be able to express my truth. And so I would say, to answer your question again, I apologize in a roundabout way.
No, it's fine.
I would say the greatest, most exciting moments and memorable moments that I've had on stage has been as a comedian.
Yeah.
But there are nights as a comedian where I wish I could just break into a song. And I got to say that when it's really flowing, I love both mediums.
There's almost nothing like it, right? Absolutely. Yes. And then too, the filmmaker, when did that again start coming in? Because we have a wonderful clip, and some of our lovely viewers around the world have been mentioning it, the Holy Fail. We've got a trailer actually for that. Tell us about the filmmaking part of your life as well, which is another way to express and to create.
Well, I've always had an interest in film. You know, when I see a good film, I always think, wow, I used to always think, wouldn't it be great to be able to make a film like that? And I dabbled in films when I was in college. I made a couple of things on 16 mil and on Super 8, and you know, some things on video, and always had an interest in it. And you see, whenever the comments are a compliment, I go, oh, what's this person say? Anyway, so my partner in life and I, Jessica Lancaster, who's a wonderful actress, and I'm not just saying that because she's sitting over there. Not only
we'll have to have her on as a guest.
Yeah, actually, we
actresses should. And
yeah. We went to see a film some years ago in the cinema, and it was called Across the Universe, and it's a movie by Julie Taymor, and we thought on the screen it was a beautiful, beautiful piece of art. Now, a lot of people say it doesn't really translate to the small screen, and people, you know, took umbrage to how they were using the Beatles songs, Beatles fans, etc. But, you know, we looked at it as a piece of art, and, you know, you see a beautiful movie like that and so well to put together, and the music was so beautiful. We came home and we were talking about it, and Jessica said, you know, you could make a movie around your songs. She said they did that around the Beatles songs, and of course, you know, who can compare themselves to the Beatles? Nobody in the world. But at the same time, I had a bunch of songs. She suggested making a movie around the songs, and that's where the germ of the idea came. And we decided, why don't we both produce this movie? So I said, I'll write it, you be the lead actress. And that's all we knew at the time. And we knew that we were going to incorporate some of my music, and that's all we knew. And I started writing the movie the very next day, and we decided to do it in Ireland because we both love Ireland, and not a lot of movies at that time were being made in Ireland compared to Los Angeles. Los Angeles, all the movies were made. So we said, look, why don't we just set it in Ireland? We'll use some of the music. We'll just see what happens. So I wrote the script, and the original idea was to make a musical. And then, of course, that got nixed, you know, probably in the first day or two. I was like, I'm not going to make my first feature film be a musical, being that it's the hardest genre to write in. And we have enough challenges actually making a feature film, you know, that's not a musical.
Right.
So we said, well, let's cut our teeth and like just a normal live action love story. And so I wrote the script. We had a reading, we cast some friends. We got a group of people involved who we know and respect. We got a great cinematographer, and we just said, let's do it. So within a year, it was actually almost a year to the date of us conceiving the idea and us actually going to Ireland and doing the film. And we knew what we were doing to a certain extent, in that we had good professionals working with us. I'd made a couple of short films. Jessica had been in multiple films as an actor. I'd been in a couple of films as an actor. I'd had some theater experience. I was acting in it too. And the people we cast, we found an amazing cast. We were just stunned by the talent that we found, both here in America, but also in Ireland. And we shot the film in about 5 weeks. Many challenges, of course, we had, and we took it back. We started doing post-production. we're putting the film together all the time, like, as my mother would say, holy ghosting, you know,
Right.
saying like, I hope this film works out. And not only did it work out, we actually got a theatrical release. It got picked up at a film festival. Somebody saw it, put it in a movie theater, released it theatrically, which, you know, we didn't expect for a small indie film. It's very hard for an indie film to get a theatrical release. And then we ended up getting a company who took it on for worldwide distribution. Random Media is a subsidiary of The Orchard, which does a lot of big films. And every step of the way, honestly, we were kind of stunned because we didn't know what to expect for our first film. We didn't know how it would be received. We didn't know if it was even going to work out. And it did. It worked out, and it got worldwide distribution. It got on some cable networks in parts of America. It got in multiple film festivals. It won a bunch of awards. And as an Irish person, it's very hard for me to say, oh, you know, it won awards and it turned out to be really good. It's you know, because we're self-deprecating, right?
Right.
But pleasantly surprised all the way along. And now I look at it as a first film, and I go back on occasion, I'll come across a review that a critic has written on the film, and all I think to myself is, all of that is just a bonus, because to me, to have the first film actually even work out and be something that people could comprehend and be somewhat entertained by would have been a feat. But both Jessica and I, we remember that film fondly, and then you know, when we hear from people who've watched the film and they talk about, you know, they say positive things about it, it makes me feel gratitude to the fact that it worked out, and it was our first film. And so many people's first films don't work out because you make mistakes, and we made a lot of mistakes, but not so many that we didn't actually end up with a film
An actual film with actual product.
Yeah. And so, you know, from then on we gained confidence, and we said, well, let's do another one. I mean, why wouldn't we? You know, we had success with that, so we ended up making another film, and then we got another theatrical release with that, and then we got a different distribution company. In fact, we had our old distribution company and another distribution company courting us at the same time. And so we got that out pretty quickly. And, you know, we're just grateful. We're grateful. We have 2 films out there, and we have another one that's in post-production right now. And we don't see ourselves stopping, do we, honey? No, we're just.
That was not just a no. That was a very definitive no.
Absolutely. She's just.
That was an N-O.
Yes. Serious. Like, so I guess we're filmmakers now, and, you know, it's also been a place. That's one of the reasons I haven't had a CD come out in a very long time, is that I've been writing the soundtracks for the movies. And so making the movie and then doing the soundtrack. So each time you do the soundtrack, it's like making a whole CD, because you've got 13 to 14 songs. And so there's recording those, and then, you know, writing the instrumentals that are going to underscore the scenes. And so by the time I finished with a film and a soundtrack, I think I never want to sit in a recording studio again. But then, of course, you know, time goes by, and
the opportunity happens, and it's like, okay, I think we will.
and I think we all, as artists, we have a certain amount of self-loathing that we punish ourselves through the work in order to get to the fun stuff, you know, because people say to me like, oh, well, you're an entertainer, you must love your work, you're a filmmaker, you're doing what you love. Well, yes, of course, you know,
there's a lot of work behind it.
For example, or performing live, like, I absolutely love it, but, you know, like any job, there's a huge percentage of it that's just tedious.
There's a lot of work behind to make everything look so smooth, effortless, and easy. We talk about it a lot on this show, to make everything look so flawless and like everything is just rosy and apple pie. The amount of work and toil and sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears that goes on behind the scenes for any of it, of this.
And when you said to me earlier about, you know, that you've done so many shows, and you mentioned the viewers, you've done 300 shows in a year. Honestly, Jim, I don't know how you keep the energy up. It's amazing. I mean, really, because the energy, the work, and everything that goes into it. I mean, I was doing a chat show where I was interviewing people, and we did it with Divine Rebel Music throughout the lockdown too. And we did it once a week. And even that was a lot of work. And so, kudos to you. I mean, I'm enjoying it because I don't do it every day. So you look like you're enjoying it. Either you're an amazing actor or you really do enjoy it every day.
Love it. Yeah, love it. And it's an extension of my professional work in television, radio, and stage. So it comes so naturally. And I'm also a deep listener and a lifelong learner too. And I'm a very communal person. So I love the back and forth. It's like a wonderful tennis match with the guest, and even the relationship I have with the viewers, as we call the Lovedies. We have a wonderful relationship that we've created out of all of this, where I just, created people asked me for years to do something like this, an entertainment lifestyle talk show series. And it was back in April of last year when I had a little extra time to do it. I was supposed to actually be in Ireland. I was supposed to be in Texas. I was supposed to be in Florida on TV shoots, planes grounded, nobody really flying. So doing a lot of radio and different things out of the house and a couple of shoots throughout the year. But at the same time, had this opportunity and said, you know what, I'm going to bring in the television lights and equipment, and we're going to create this, in-home studio on the coast here, and have just rolled with it. And it started with me just talking to the camera and just talking about childhood and toys and food. And all of a sudden people started watching and following, and then one telling the next, and then guests wanted to come on, and just, it's blown up in a very beautiful, beautiful way, because it has not been, it has a certain feeling and vibe and energy to it and format and everything, but it's loose and tweakable and fine-tuned. And I let it organically grow and go. I didn't say it has to only be like this. It can only be niche. It can only talk about one. It's open to life. And I think people have sort of responded to that in a way that really moves me as somebody who does this professionally. And then through this show on, daily like this. Yeah. So I appreciate those kind words, my friend.
Yeah, and it's the time too, bringing people together now more than ever. I mean, we feel like we have a community, and you guys have a community through this. And now that I'm a Lovett, right?
Lovety, yeah.
Lovety, I feel I feel honored to be part of this community. So it's really the time, thankfully, for shows like this and for the technology that we have to be able to do it, right?
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
Cracking up.
We have the Holy Fail trailer. Did you want to preface the trailer a little bit?
Sure. I can't remember actually what's in the trailer. I can remember maybe some of it, but Holy Fail is our second film, and we had a little more confidence making the second film. If I can think about the trailer, I'm in it, and my other half, Jessica, we play the leads. I'm playing an Irishman in Ireland, and she's playing an American in Ireland. And she's the only non-Irish cast member. It's all Irish people over there, and we had a wonderful, wonderful cast. Non, and the person that we got to play the non, Maureen Prendergast, such a wonderful, wonderful actress. I mean, if people want to see the film, it's available, as I said, in multiple platforms, including Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can watch it for free. And just for her performance, and for the performance of some of the other cast members, there's a guy who plays the guard, which is Irish word for police officer. Kevin McCormack and Frank Prendergast plays the. I mean, Jessica and Stefan Wiley. Now that I'm mentioning cast names, I feel like I have to list them, because if
it's like you're at the Oscars and you're thanking all of the people that are a part of the team.
Yes,
it does take a team, a village, doesn't it?
Oh my God, does it? And really, we were very lucky with our team, and with our cast, our cinematographer, all the people that came on board with us. Of course, we couldn't have done it without and also, without them, of course. And also, my mother actually happens to be in it too. She plays one of the nuns, not the main nun. And neighbors of mine are in it, and we were just finding friends.
Cool.
My nieces and nephews are in it. We're just kind of like the community came together over there to really help us do it. And we were delighted how the film turned out. We were delighted with the attention that it got and the release that it got. And again, grateful, you know what I mean? Just grateful it worked out, and grateful for the successes that it's had, and it's propelled us into the next movie. And I guess that's what you want as an artist, is to be able to finish the project and then have the means to be able to go, and the support to be able to do the next one. And so far so good, you know.
Or so good. Yeah, let's take a look at that, the Holy Fail trailer, and everybody get a chance to, we also have Choosing Signs trailer as well. We'll take a look at that after. But here is a clip from the trailer from the Holy Fail. Enjoy.
I know things haven't been great between us the last few months, but they'll get better. I mean, we're just settling into married life.
At least we tried. I've never seen you this passionate before.
We're planning to break in there and steal all the money from the safe.
Isn't it kind of risky?
Of course it's risky.
Could you tell me what time it is, please?
I know we haven't communicated in a really long time, and, well, it's mostly your fault. I mean, in fairness, you're very aloof. Silence turns its head around as bitter winds have stilled. Winter's moon no longer frown, the emptiness is filled.
We have to know the rules. On your knees.
No.
You know what I can't stand more than anything else?
The devil?
I did enjoy seeing that. That was fun.
That looks fun. See, that one you liked. That one was fun.
Focused on me. I enjoyed seeing the other characters, and as I said, that Nan, we didn't really make her the feature of the film when I was writing the script, but then when we started cutting trailers together, and
then it became, yeah, right.
Out so well, and you know, we filmed in a real convent in Ireland. The real nuns actually allowed us to film on a convent. We were very lucky.
Wow. Great comments coming in too. Irish Nun, love it. Very interesting. She's going to look for Kathy Short. Good to see you, Kathy, watching in Cleveland, Ohio. Kathleen Walker in New York City says looks good as well. Wow. Nice comments coming in here from everybody. Kathleen Walker, Jim has created a wonderful, lovely family and community. Thank you, Kathleen. And Cynthia here. I agree, Kathleen. So grateful for Jim's wonderful show and great guests like Owen. Absolutely. Oh my God, Marty and I saw this film, Babette, Lovedies. It's a must. Looks like a fun film, Juanita in South Africa. Cool stuff. Absolutely. Have to check that out. You said Amazon Prime and other areas they can see it?
And a bunch of other places. I'm not even sure what platforms now, but if you have Amazon Prime, you can actually watch it for free. And I also have in the room the star of the movie. Would you like to meet her?
Yes. Oh boy, yes. Everybody loves children, food, and pets on this show.
We got the cone of shame going on here, so I'm trying to make him feel better. He's a little embarrassed.
Oh my God, who do we have here?
This is Strudel. Strudel had a little scratch behind his ear, and so he has to wear the cone because he keeps trying to scratch it.
So next, does that mean you're going to be going on Conan O'Brien?
There's your dad again.
Yes.
You know, this is good because my dad's laughing in heaven. He's like, that's the best joke of the whole show.
Would you believe that my dentists, I mentioned this story, and it tells you how, you know, and you're going to see a lot of comments coming in now for the star that you just showed, because whenever you show a pet or, you know, any food, pets, a child runs in and jumps on your lap, they love it. Speaking of Conan O'Brien, I was at my dentist's house a couple of years ago. We're all friends, and they were pouring wine and we were having appetizers, and they had a big screen TV in the living room. And his wife, who's also a dentist, was saying, oh, there's my brother on the TV again on the Oprah Winfrey show when she was doing the talk show. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at the screen and I'm like, wait, that's her brother? That's her brother. And who Oprah was talking to was the actor Dennis Leary. And I'm like, oh, Dennis Leary. And her last name is Leary,
Yeah.
2 and 2. And she goes, oh yeah, he's probably talking about our family, and he's talking about his new book, and they're from the Worcester, Massachusetts area, which is an Irish area, and they're very supportive of the firemen and the firefighting community and the MTs and all. And so I'm like, wait a minute, I never even put it 2 and 2. So your brother is Dennis Leary, the actor? And she's like, yeah. Because to her, he's maybe a famous actor, but to her, it's just her brother.
Yeah.
And then she goes, and ask me who my cousin is. And they're from the Boston area, which has a big Irish area up there too. Ask me who my cousin is. And I said, I'm pretty good with the fact that your brother's Dennis Leary. There's more. She goes, do you want to know who our cousin is? I'm like, who is yours and Dennis Leary's cousin? She goes, our cousin is Conan O'Brien. I'm like, what?
Oh, that's amazing. So Dennis Leary and Conan O'Brien are actually
cousins.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. Marty goes, Owen, you're definitely punching above your weight.
Thank you.
As far as your lovely family member that stepped in there, they say adorable. And the star of the show, of course. Hi, sweetheart. What a cutie pie. Sweet streusel. Hi, family. So fun. So funny. Best film we've seen in a long time.
Wow.
Ask him about the awards. But but Owen doesn't want to talk about himself. He doesn't want to talk about the awards, but there are a few, right?
Yeah, it's pretty funny when you have a guest in a talk show who doesn't want to talk about himself.
It's like, but at least you don't give one word answers like yes.
Oh, I know.
That can happen too.
I said we did a chat show earlier in the year too. I think we're going to bring it back, and I'll see if we can organize to get you on one time, because this has been a lot of fun. But we would have guests like that too. They're like, yep. Nope.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing. I've had that happen on television where the camera's on us,
Yeah.
or on radio too, where you can't have any, dead air. Dead air is deadly. You can't have it. And it's like, okay, possible that you can expand on that at all, or
right.
yes. Okay. What a cutie pie. I don't know. They love streusel. Whenever you bring a pet on, you're second, the pet becomes number one. You know how that works, right? Puppy. And yeah.
I said to Jessica, it would be fun because she's one of the stars of this movie, and also one of the stars that you saw in the trailer. And I thought, how fun would it be for her to be on screen when we came back? And she said, can I bring Strudel? And I said,
oh yeah,
you're going to upstage us? And she's like, no, he's just so cute. We have to.
Yeah. How'd you come up with the name Strudel?
How did we come up with the name Strudel? I think because there was another dog online that when Jessica was looking for a dog named Strudel, and then she wasn't able to get him, and then she found another dog that looked just like him, and we're like, we love the name. He looks just like him. And funny, actually, we were bringing him to our friend's place for the first time. This is 2 years ago. We've had him almost 2 years now, I guess. And there was a party going on. You remember the days we used to have parties, Jim? Remember people used to get together and
they actually got together. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they actually liked each other too.
Yeah. I think Marty's pushing for something here, but
Oscar nomination for the film.
As much as I love that guy, I hate him. He's like one of my closest friends from back in the day.
But damn.
But with comments like that, it might be 30 more, my friend. So anyway, so we said it's a party at our friend's house, right? And she's like, oh yeah, come over, blah blah blah. And then Jessica texted and said, I'm bringing Strudel, and we turn up and we have Strudel, the dog, and everybody was like, we thought that was going to be dessert, like you were bringing apple strudel or something.
Yes.
No, Strudel the dog. And it was the biggest anticlimax because we thought everybody would be like, oh my God, look at this puppy. But it was like, oh, that's Strudel. Oh, I thought we were like getting dessert.
Not quite.
Yeah.
It's funny.
He's a good dog though.
So Marty did say Oscar nomination. Tell us.
Yes, he did. Yeah. And so yeah, he should tell you about those sometimes. Well, Well, here's what happened. Okay, here's
I'm sorry, we've run out of time. Thanks for joining
yes,
us.
right, good night. Thank you very much. We'll be here for the rest of the
You'll
world.
have to Google if there's an Oscar nomination.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's strange. So how it happened was, what happened was we did the Holy Fail. We got a theatrical release which qualified us for the Oscars. Now, you don't think as an independent film that they're going to have any interest in you, or that you're ever going to be part of that mob, because the films we make are true indie films. They're not, we don't have studios backing us. We don't have stars in them other than, the actors that we have they're not brand names, but they're stars in their own right. Anyway, I got an email. First, I think it was an email from the Academy saying, hey, we want your script to put it in the library. There's a library in Beverly Hills called the Academy Sciences something library. I haven't been there. I wanted to go there and look at my script in there.
National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences library, something like that.
I think it's maybe I should know more living in this part of the world and having my script in there. So they asked if I would be okay with them putting the script in, and I think they leather bind it and they put it there for reference and people come and study it and stuff. And I thought, oh, well, that's cool. They want my script. So I said, of course, absolutely. I sent them a PDF and I said, you can print it out yourselves. You probably have more money than me.
So you weren't self-deprecating, saying, who, me? Wait, you actually want my script? Are you sure? Are you sure you want my script?
Well, I was myself. I was like, they must confuse me with somebody else. Me, like I'm looking over my shoulder, and I kind of emailed back. First of all, I thought maybe it was a prank. And I thought, okay, but it was like a genuine email from the Academy. So I said, yeah, absolutely. And so then, I ascertained that it wasn't like my buddy from school back in Ireland, like playing a prank on me. And so I send the script and I think, well, that's the end of it. And of course, when you qualify, you enter for all the categories, just because why the hell not, right? If you qualify kind of as a joke, it's almost a joke in a sense. You go, yes, I'll go in for Best Picture. And of course, you're up against, it was 2020. I can't even remember what pictures there were, but it's always big studio movies and the occasional independent that sneaks through, but they're not really true independents because they've had millions of dollars or $1 million or whatever. So Jessica gets an email one morning, and I get up and I walk into the dining room area, and she says, okay, I think you should sit down. And I said, why? Like what's going on? And she said, I have some news. I got an email this morning. I think you should sit down. And I was like, okay, what's going on? And she said, I got an email from a journalist and he wants to talk to you about the Academy. And I said, what do you mean? It's like the Academy.
Like the Academy.
Yeah, like why does a journalist want to talk to me about the Academy? So she tells me, you have 4 songs on the list. I swear I'm getting emotional now because I'm thinking back to that day where it was just kind of like, after all this work,
So that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of something comes and you're just,
and it's recognition by the peers, which is sometimes difficult to get.
Yeah, and I don't consider them to be my peers because we're talking, they're making major motion pictures here with stars. So anyway, apparently there's 4 songs that I wrote that are on a list of 75 songs that the Academy came out with that are in the running for an Oscar nomination. And so, and the 4...
Terrific.
So then 4, because I wrote 4 of the songs, that may be the highest represented songwriter. So I was like, well, okay. So first of all, I just kind of, took a breath and I thought, okay. And then I contacted him. I emailed the guy and said, okay, well, so he asked me some questions, and then there was an article came out about it. And so then more articles and, the local press in Ireland, they were contacted, and it got very exciting,
Yeah, sure.
Like, well, I'm on this list with Beyonce and Elton John and Pharrell Williams and Randy Williams, all these, So anyway, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking this could actually turn into something, but we didn't end up with a nomination. There's only 5 nominations, and
still, what an honor to even be thought of, noticed, recognized.
Right. Well, as I said, it was an honor not to even have been nominated.
An honor to not be, right? Exactly.
It was an honor not to be nominated, and it truly was. Like, I mean, I was kind of, I was talking to the singer who, I sang on the soundtrack, and so did a friend of mine, Virginia Williams, who's a well-known TV actor. And I called her that morning, and we chatted, and we were both kind of like this is just amazing. Like, it's, we didn't expect it, and so it's one of those things that it happened and it passed very quickly. Elton John won the Oscar. He deserved it. I'm happy for him. And, it's not just down to the quality of the song. It's also how the song fits into the movie. So they look at all different things. You can't just, I mean, Rocket Man was the film that won.
Yeah.
But Rocket Man was not the song that won because the song didn't qualify because it wasn't written specifically for the movie. So the songs that I had were written specifically for the movie. And, so as far as I understand, and the research that I did after the fact was that, they take those things into account, all of those things into account. I
mean, you were up against some real stiff competition there too, huh?
Yes. Yeah. It was kind of nuts to be on that list. But then, Beyonce, she still won't return my calls, I'm trying. I'm like, hey, Beyonce, you and me, we were on a list,
She was like, just rewarded at the Grammys this past week. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was, I guess there was, I don't know how many songwriters were on that list, but it was only, I suppose, 60 plus. I mean, if four of those slots were taken up by me, that leaves 71. And I think Elton John had maybe 2 songs on the list. And I assume there were other people that had multiple too. So, so Beyonce, she really should be contacting me. She should be looking at that list.
Beyonce, do you want to chime in with a comment?
Yeah, please.
But that's still quite an honor, isn't it?
Well, it was exciting, and it made me sort of think, you know what, I got to get my original songs on a new CD, and I've got to get that out. And I thought I would have had it out by now, but it's coming soon. And so, yeah, but it was an honor. We were absolutely delighted to have our film in any way, even for them to acknowledge that our film even exists was an honor. Yeah, I have to say that.
Very cool. Very cool. Got another clip here too, which is another funny one. This one here is Stand Up Bulgaria.
Oh my God. Yes.
That was like, oh yeah. My God. Freeze frame.
I know. It freaks me out. Well, I went to Bulgaria with a show some years ago, and it was a variety show. And there were singers and dancers and performers. I was the only comedian, so I was kind of honored to be invited to go. And in those days, wherever there was a foreign show going on, if I got invited, I would go, because just the opportunity to perform in front of other cultures and to meet other people, and to experience that was really something that I appreciated. And so when I was invited to go to Bulgaria with this show, I said, absolutely, I'll go. But then I was thinking, as we were going over there, how is anybody going to understand me? I mean, they're going to be singers up there going, oh, this person can sing, or the dancer, oh, that's nice dancing. I'm going to be up there doing my shtick, and it'll be like, well, this guy can talk. I mean, like, why am I up there talking? And I found that, like, you talk about like different audiences in different countries. Well, I got up and I did my stand-up, and silence, like not even the crickets were making noise, Jim. It was that.
Oh my God. Wow.
Word I was saying, not a single word. So not only did the humor not translate, the language didn't, nothing did. And I just thought, I can't continue doing this show. And I ended up getting hired while I was there on a TV sketch comedy show. And I ended up doing sketch comedy on TV with subtitles. So I was doing my work in English, and the Bulgarian cast were doing theirs in Bulgarian, and then they were subtitling my lines. And sometimes I didn't even know what they were saying, and I would say my line back. I mean, I say it was improv, but we had to script most of it.
Yeah.
But sometimes we'd be out of sync. Like, you ask me a question, right? And then I can answer the question because I understand what you've said. But sometimes they'd ask me a question and I would think that it was maybe the next question they were about to ask or the question before. And then I would answer the wrong question. So they might say, well, how are you enjoying Bulgaria? And I would say, oh, well, yes, I do like wearing red shirts on a Friday night or something like that. And it ended up being a disaster, but they cut it all together and they put on this TV show. And it ended up actually, for me, at least for me, I thought it was kind of good. But then when I ended up doing live shows, I had to get an interpreter. And so I ended up doing live shows with an interpreter who was totally, it was a woman, so I can't say straight man, but she was like the straight woman. And we had so much fun doing it. It was one of the best experiences I've had as a stand-up, because I would say the line, my comedy, nobody would laugh. And then she'd say it and she would do it so straight laugh.
Wow.
And everybody would laugh. It was really a lot of fun. I don't know how much of the clip you have, but
yeah, we'll take a look at it. And
I'm looking forward to seeing it, actually, Jim.
It's been a while, right?
I have not watched. I actually can't even remember when last I watched this.
Here it is. We're now taking you to Bulgaria. Stand Up Bulgaria with Owen Dara.
I put the car in a no parking zone.
Паркирах колата си на място забранено за паркиране.
But they can't give me a receipt.
Но не можаха да ме губят.
Because I've taken off the windscreen wipers.
Защото нямаше къде да сложат бележките за глоба. Бях си свалил чистачките.
That is an interesting way to do it with the translation and all, huh?
Yeah. I never imagined that I would do comedy with a translator. And, you know,
was anything lost in the translation, pun intended?
It was. And I
her delivery was a little bit more serious than yours too.
it really was. She was so straight-laced, but it worked most of the time. And, you know, at that time I would do impersonations too, because it's kind of one of the things that got me through was like, if they're not understanding the material and I have to fill times, I started doing impersonations of famous singers.
Yeah.
And I remember doing like Bob Dylan, and I would do this Bob Dylan impersonation. And you know, over there, he was very, very famous, as he is all over the world.
Are you able to do that now?
Oh, God, I'm not sure. You know,
I like that. I like that answer. Oh God. Oh, sure.
I'm not sure.
So the oh God was the Irish self-deprecation, and the sure was the Americano.
Yeah. Well, no, I said I'm not sure if I can even. I used to do like Bob Dylan singing the blues. It was a terrible bit. I never do it anymore. But
another world premiere exclusive.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know a woman is mean. I know a woman is mean as human being. I know everybody sings in key except for me. I know. Look, Jim, I'll be honest.
Hey, I tell you, you know, you work on the fly. You know how to throw it in as needed.
Well, that bit was just to get me through some hard times sometimes. Like when you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. These people don't understand me. I need to just do something that they can grab on. So it's not just a guy talking. These playing like bad blues or something. And I should, you know, also say I love Bob Dylan. I'm a huge, you know, the making of was just the desperation of the time. I need to
just to come up with something, right?
Oh, absolutely. And so I would do that. I would impersonate. I did Bob Dylan and Louis Armstrong. I used to do David Bowie. And then I would do it. And then I would turn to her, the translator, and go.
And then she would.
It was the funniest thing because the audience would love it. They would love it because they knew she couldn't do it. They knew she was straight-laced. And sometimes like I'd pull some face or something like, and I'd get her and she would deliver it. And then I would say, no, you got to do this or whatever.
Yeah.
And it kind of became a double act, really.
We have another clip. Now, this is comedy clip 2, and it says pint.
Pint. Oh, okay. I think I did a show called 2 Pint Wonder. And it basically, I chose the title because I was known in my teenage years, well, I should say from 18 plus, when I became, drinking in the pub age, as
That's your mother's going to be watching this, so 18 plus.
That's right. You drink in the pubs at 18 over there, but I'm a lightweight, Jim. I'm a left-hander and a lightweight. Those are the two things about me.
Double L.
I'm LL, and my friends would say, they would call me the 2-pint wonder, because after 2 pints, I'd be singing, I'd be happy. That's all I would need for the night. And you would say, my friends, sometimes they would say, hey, what are you doing on Saturday night? And they'd say, well, we're going out to get drunk with Owen, and then we're all going drinking afterwards. I kind of took that concept and I did a show about, growing up in Ireland and being an immigrant here in America. And I suppose that show premiered probably about 5 or 6 years ago, and it was in a theater in Hollywood. And I think so. If it says pint, it's from that show.
That's it. All right, let's take a look at that right now. More comedy with Owen Dara here on the Jim Masters Show live.
I grew up Irish Catholic, and it's tough. I mean, it's tough. I mean, from a very early age, they pound you with information. It's like, thou shalt not commit adultery, which is very important information for a 5-year-old. That's why I used to wish I could have been Buddhist instead. Because you turn up the first day of school and the teacher says, you already know all the answers. And then you go home for the rest of your life. And you wouldn't have to go to confession. Because, confession is fine, but it's a little unfair sometimes. Because the way it is now, it's up to the priest to decide how much penance to give you for a particular sin. Like, if you go to one priest, he might just tell you to say 20 Hail Marys. But if you've gone to a different priest, he might have told you to only say 10 for the exact same sin. That's why I think we should be allowed to shop around. You go in there and you say, okay, Father, I'm looking for forgiveness. Here's a list of my sins. What's your lowest offer? Like 75 Hail Marys. 75? The priest in the church down the street said he'd do it for 50. And then when they start seeing that there's competition between the different churches, they'll have to start putting offers on Groupon. They'll be like, confess any 10 sins and get permission to commit a further 5 sins of your choice. A life of evil has never been more affordable. Apparently, Christianity first came to Ireland in the 4th century, and they had some trouble convincing the Irish people to follow Jesus. They did. Well, obviously, they didn't do their research on the Irish people, because if they had, they just would have said, okay, there's this guy we think you should follow who has the ability to change water into alcohol. And he's planning to come again. Of course, when I was growing up, Catholicism was in full swing in Ireland. They took it very seriously. Like, I remember once as a kid I missed Mass. The priest took me aside and he said, Owen, one day your parents are going to die and go to heaven. You don't keep up your faith, you're not going to be able to join them. And I remember thinking, oh my God, that's supposed to be an incentive? Yes, I really want to spend my eternity being reminded of what a disappointment I am to my mother. I didn't really think my parents cared about me that much when I was growing up, because the house I grew up in was 200 years old. And there was no heating in the bedrooms. And I remember once going to bed complaining to my father that it was so cold I could actually see my breath. My father flicked off the light and said, well, you can't see it now. And I don't want to hear any more of your complaining. When I was your age, we didn't even have breath. And there was a
a fireplace in the bedroom, but because coal was expensive, my mother said we could never afford to light it. And that really affected our behavior as kids. Because, you know, like most kids, they try to be good all year, so Santa Claus will bring them a nice present. My brothers and I constantly got up to mischief, hoping he'd bring us lumps of coal. I'm looking at that and I'm like, I really need a haircut.
That was a great hairstyle there. Yeah, I look good. Yeah,
it's respectable.
You write all your own material?
Yes.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Yeah, now that's a whole process unto itself.
It
to
is.
You know, because not everybody writes their own material. They have writers, but to write your own material and then to deliver it. What's that process like for you as the comedy writer as much as the deliverer of the material?
Well, I would say the writing is the hardest part.
Yeah.
You're really only as good as your material, unless you're one of those rare comedians that can kind of pull everything off with delivery, you know, attitude or whatever. And there is, you know, there are comedians around now that, you know, rely on delivery or attitude or whatever. But for me, it's always been about the substance of the joke. Like you know, and the process, every comedian knows, no comedian's going to tell you that it's easy. Like, no comedian. There's no easy laughs. I mean, there are what they call easy laughs, you know, and that's when you go smutty or whatever, which is not where I choose to go generally as a comedian. But even the laughs that can be considered easy are difficult. Stand-up comedy is very difficult, even for, you know, the seasoned pros. The greatest comedians will work tirelessly on their act, trying to get it down to, you know, get it to a certain caliber. So they're constantly editing and getting it back. And you might start off with, like, you know, 20 minutes of material, which is still a lot of material, and get it back to 5 minutes. But then you've got a really good 5 minutes. If you have an hour of material, you get it back to 20 minutes, then you've got a really funny 20 minutes of material. If you start doing filler and you just go, well, here's a joke that's not that funny, but I'm just going to throw it in anyway, then you start to lose the audience. And then the next joke that might be really funny may not get the reaction that it otherwise would have. And so for me, I'm meticulous about my material. If I do something that I think is funny and I try it 2 or 3 times and it doesn't get the reaction I'm looking for, as much as I might like it, I just let it go. And, you know, people think like that comedians, you know, you're up there and you're just doing the thing and you're just like that. You just come up with that. A lot of work goes into writing comedy, a lot of work and failure. You know, I mean, the good thing is when you're working professionally is you can be doing your act, material that you know that really works, and then you can throw something in new, you know, try something new. And if it doesn't work, doesn't matter. You've got plenty more material. You just cast it aside. But if it works, and then it works 2 or 3 times in a row, I mean, not on the same night, of course. In
case you missed the other joke,
let
me tell you that again.
Like the White Horses clip, right? In case, we'll do it twice.
Just in case. We will milk it for all we can.
Yeah. And so I find writing material the hardest. When I'm writing a new show, I have to work really hard. And what's amazing to people is that it will take, and I think this is pretty across the board, and it's pretty common, for a good solid 20 minutes of material. I'm talking about a solid 20 minutes of material. You have to work hard for about a year.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, amazing. Because, you know, you can write 20 minutes in a shorter period of time than that. But I'm talking about a solid 20 minutes where you're getting a good laugh every 15 seconds or so. It's not fillers. It's not a big long story. You know, it's basically you're keeping people engaged, and you're actually able to make the toughest audiences laugh. And when people revert to their strongest material when there's a tough audience and they put it up front to get the audience, then if you can make all the material what's called A material, because you have A material, B material, and if you have C material, it shouldn't even be there. That should be gone. But we all have A jokes and we all have B jokes. And they can't all be A jokes. Like, if you could make your whole act A jokes, you're one of a kind. Because, I mean, every comedian, you know, even the great comedians, You know, there'll be something in there that you go, it's not quite an A joke. It's funny, like it's really good, but then they'll say something else, and you go, oh my God, that's their A material. And comedians will structure it sometimes that way, that they'll go, I'll have an A joke here, and then I'll do a B joke. So I'll really make them laugh here. Then I'll kind of, you know, I'll make them laugh here, but not as much. And then another A joke here. And so the act can be structured like that. And also it's important for me. Not all comedians do this or think this is important, but for me as a storyteller, I like it to flow, so that one thought will lead to another thought. And it's not like you're not suddenly jumping. So it's a non sequitur. And, you know, you're talking about microphones, and then the next, you know, in the next word, you're talking about couches or something, you know, and there's been no link. So I always try to make it so that if I can find a strong link, I move the material to another place where I can link in. So it seems like I'm making stuff up. And I've had people come see me multiple times, and they'll see me do a show with material that I've done before, and they go, oh my God, I thought you were just making it up. And I'm just like, dude, like, you know, or bloke, whatever we're saying.
Well, yeah, dude. Yeah, you're in California. It's dude there.
Yeah, listen, it's a lot harder than people think. There's no comedian up there just riffing, you know.
Now, is it possible to do a joke and then do a joke?
Yes, it is, depending on where you're from. So hopefully your a joke is your a joke.
Exactly. Hopefully. You mentioned fillers too. I guess, yeah, sometimes the fillers can go either way when it comes to comedy, but for some people, fillers are actually quite beneficial. They lose the wrinkles.
Yes, that's right. And may we all have fillers and great skin products like Benedetta to keep us young. You know, not a product I use, but certainly a lot of women I know, some of them in this house.
Benedetta, I used to sit next to him in 3rd grade.
Oh, really?
He sat behind manual labor.
Oh, that's great. Do they have good skin?
Yes.
Well, no, it's interesting because I think one of the reasons...
You've got a good audience there. I heard some laughter in the background.
Oh, Jessica right
She's
there.
a great audience.
She's great. I mean, honestly, you know it's a good show when she's still in the room and she's listening, because a lot of time I do these shows and she's just like, yeah, this is great. She comes in and she says, yeah, I'll support you for a while.
She hasn't thrown any pillows at you or anything.
No, and we've been here how many hours now? I mean, it doesn't feel, she's loving it. So I'm delighted. So you know you're doing a good job, Jim, when you still have Jessica's attention.
That's it. That's it.
But I think one of the things that killed comedy, I believe, you know, after the 80s or the 90s, you know, before I got in the game, that there was the comedy, they say that the 80s was the era to be a comedian. And you know, of course you love hearing that when you didn't do comedy in the 80s. You're like, damn, you know. And what happened apparently, and this is what I've read about it, is there was such a comedy boom in America, and of course it spread to other parts of the world, but it started in America, that every venue became a comedy venue. So if you had a club, people turned it into a comedy venue because people would turn up, and you just hire a comedian and people would come for the comedy because they loved comedy.
Yeah.
So then the comedians, because material is so hard to write, like it's so hard to come up with a headline hour. Like, you know, if you think about, because I remember my uncle saying to me, actually no, Jess's uncle, and I said, yeah, I'm writing a new show and I'm hoping to like do like a minute a week. If I could get a minute a week. And he was like, a minute a week? Like, that's nothing. And I said, okay, will you take 4 weeks and try to write 30 seconds? And he's like,
not easy.
Yeah. And I'm like, yes, but comedians we are human too. And
sometimes there's writer's block and different things. Yeah.
And sometimes we think something is funny and we go, oh, this is going to be great, it's going to kill. And then you get up in front of an audience and it doesn't work. So then, you know, then you have to drop that joke, even if you've spent 5 hours working on it or honing it or trying to make it right. And Jerry Seinfeld's a great example of this, because he spends sometimes 15, 20 years, he says, honing the same joke.
Can you imagine writing that those episodes every week of 1 hour comedy on television?
Yeah, well, the sitcoms, he had a team, and it's
you have to have the team, right?
You have to, and you know, you know, and they find it. I have a good friend who writes for sitcoms all the time, very successful sitcom writer, and he, you know, he talks about how hard it is, you know.
Yeah.
The best comedy writers that they have, you
And
know,
still, yeah.
it's very hard for them because
Sometimes that's why shows end. They run out of steam. They say we've covered every topic, we've covered every scenario of life. So, and we're at the top of our game. So we'll wrap up now. So Dick Van Dyke's show and some other legendary shows did that. They were people say, "Wow, you're a ratings winner. You're number one. Everybody loves you," because they've covered for them everything that they could possibly cover, and then they want to move on to other things.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's interesting. I mean, comedy it's a monster, and you know, TV, especially when you're doing TV or you have to constantly produce it, it burns out, and that's why I stepped away from it for quite a few years. And when I got back to it, I kind of fell in love with the process of writing comedy again. And you know, I'm fortunate to have a partner in life who is always very honest with me. You know how that is, right? It's sort of like you'll say something funny, she'll laugh, oh, it's very funny, and then if it's like, it's cute, you know, it's not funny.
You'll get the too. Yeah.
The worst is when you get the tap on the shoulder, like as if
nice try,
like
nice
I still love you, but like
nice try.
Go back in there.
No, go back in and come out with something good. We have another trailer here too that we want to make sure we sneak in here. Choosing Signs. Tell us about that.
Well, that's the first movie that we produced, and first movie I ever directed, first feature film I ever wrote. And Jessica Lancaster's the lead. I wrote the part for her. We've got a wonderful actress in there named Betsy Dowds, who actually is from Florida. She was in a movie called Ruby in Paradise with oh God, very famous Ashley Judd. Thank you. Some years back that I think won some.
Don't ever lose Jessica.
I know. Oh my God. I'm thinking I say a very famous person, and then I can't think of her name.
If you're on a game show and they ask you, do you want to phone a friend? Make sure you dial her number.
Yes, and you know what? Now that we have the long hair, Jim, we can hide the earpiece in there, right?
Yeah. The IFB. Yes.
Exactly. My lifeline is sitting right over there.
It's right there.
And so we cast her playing a Russian character, and she steals the show. I mean, Jessica's the lead. She does a phenomenal job. In fact, she won a Best Actress award for this, deservedly so.
Congratulations.
And, yeah, you know, was very, very excited when that happened. And Betsy Dowds won a Best Supporting Actress, I think, at the Golden Egg Film Festival in New York. And then they did a worldwide one where they had different actresses that had won the award in different film festivals around the world. And then she won that, Betsy Dowds, she played a Russian character in the movie. And I wanted to have an immigrant character because Ireland now, it's very multicultural. It wasn't so much so when I was growing up, but a lot of immigrants are working over there now and were at the time we did the film. So I thought, I want to have the immigrant population represented, and I wanted to cast Betsy, and I said, can you do a Russian accent? And right away, she just did it for me. And I said, great, wrote the role for her. And you know, another thing they say about this film is just, we're so lucky with the actors, like the performances, the local actors we hired. Again, Stefan Wiley, we used a lot of the same actors that we used in a subsequent film. We had Jeremiah Ocañas, who's from LA. He's from Texas, lives in LA, and he's of Mexican descent. And he said what he loved about playing this role is his ethnicity was never once referred to. And I didn't realize that was a thing, that especially at the time, we're going back, what are we going back now, about 8 years, that any role that he or any of the people that he grew up with or any people of his ethnicity played, they were always referred to as a Mexican person in this role, or, you know. And when he told his friends that he was in this Irish film, well, they said, you know, I mean, the Latina community were saying, well, what are you playing? Are you playing like a Mexican American? Are you playing a Texan American? And he said, no, I'm just playing a guy. And they were like, what? Like, it didn't make sense. And that was not something that I had even, it hadn't occurred to me, you know, God forgive me, right? But it hadn't occurred to me that it would mean so much for him to just play a guy that his ethnicity wasn't referred to. And you know, he does a wonderful job in the film. They all do. I mean, it's so anyway. I guess I've told you as much as you need to know.
Hit it. Choosing signs.
I just want to let you know that I managed to get tomorrow off, so there's no problem with this meeting.
We're meeting tomorrow?
I mean, we hadn't planned to, but yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, thanks for suggesting it. What time were you thinking?
I wasn't thinking any time.
Any time. Okay, great. Yeah. Well, what about midday?
I don't know, Eamon. I don't think I. Okay, I'll do it.
Maybe we're on the way to where we need to be. Maybe it's you, maybe it's me.
It's something to do with the guidance of the cosmos or the source of the universe.
Yeah, or the fact that I'm in a serious relationship.
Yeah, and how did you arrive at that decision? Did you toss a coin or throw a stone into a bucket?
Maybe I did.
Seriously, Jennifer, seriously, you have to give yourself a shake. Because where do you think this guidance is coming from?
Oh my God, what have we done?
Don't you have sex education in America?
I think maybe the universe makes something land on top of your head in past.
Maybe it's you, maybe it's me.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. Yeah. How long did it take to shoot that?
We did it, I think, in about 4 or 5 weeks.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How long is the actual finished product?
It's 90 minutes or just under an hour and a half.
My God, some people it takes months and years to put a 90-minute movie together.
Oh, well, we filmed it in yes, it does, but we filmed it in 4 or 5 weeks, but then the post-production was a long time. I mean, it always takes a long time to do that. And so we, you know, as I said, we kind of did it by the skin of our pants, you know, the seat of our pants. And post-production did take a long time. So we were a couple of years on the post-production. I mean, you know, doing the music, because originally I started writing the script around the songs, as I said earlier, but it didn't make sense. It's really putting the cart before the horse. It's not, it was the wrong thing to do by a long shot. And so a few of the songs that I had written, you know, ended up being in the movie. But then I ended up writing a further 8 or 9 songs to film it, you know, to finish it out.
Jennifer Barry, hearts and peace sign, and Juanita says great preview, and claps from Rhonda Murphy, and Cynthia says great Russian accent and clip, and Renee Oscarman, Iowa, USA. Thank you, Owen, for being on the show tonight and sharing with us. And Kathy Short in Cleveland says a wonderful chat tonight. Thank you, Owen. Amy says Jessica has a great laugh in the background there.
Yes, she does.
Thank you so much, Owen. Cynthia as well. Rhonda says, thank you, Owen. You are super. And Marty says, so miss you, my friend. Ask him if he speaks a little Russian from the Sokolov days.
Sholokov. Oh my God. That's the first ship that he and I both worked on as entertainers. And it's funny because the Sholokov, I'd forgotten the name. It was called the Mikhail Sholokov.
Sholokov.
Yeah, and I was a comedian on the ship, and Marty was the singer. But there was a lot of crossover because he's a funny guy. Like, and the entertainment officer, when we got on the ship, and we were all having dinner on the first night, we didn't perform on the first night, and he was chatting to us at the table, and he started working out like what night each person was going to be on, and then he came up to me and he says, "Yeah, oh, and so like you're the singer, so you're going to be on you know, tomorrow night or whatever, and then we'll put Marty." And I was like, no, I'm the comedian. And he goes, I thought Marty was the comedian. He's just so funny. Like everything he says is funny.
It's funny.
And he's always joking around. He's not the comedian. And I'm like, no, I'm the comedian. And so it was really not much of a confidence boost. So we ended up working on this. Mikhail Shalikov was the first ship we worked on together, and it was both of our first cruise ships. That's how we met. We actually met in the lobby of the Shalikov. Like I walk on the ship with my guitar going, I'm an entertainer. I don't know how this is going to go down. And then I see him and he says, oh yeah, I'm an entertainer. I'm like, oh, thank God. How does this work? Like, what do we do? And he said, I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh my God, this is both of our first cruises. And then there was another entertainer, this great singer named Karen Grant. And she had done cruises before. And she was like, oh no, don't worry about it. You're not performing tonight. Just relax. They'll tell you when you're on. You just go. The audiences are great. You just do your thing. And we sort of relaxed into it. But we learned some Russian because the crew was Russian. They're almost all Russian. And and I'm going to mispronounce it, I know, but one of the words that we learned, one of the first words we learned was spokmilia. And I know I'm saying that wrong, but it's kind of slang and it means I have a hangover. I don't know if there are Russian people watching now. I don't pronounce that very well, but spokmilia, that might be how it's said. Something to that effect.
Sounds good.
Oh, right. Thank you. Well, it was said a lot on a Russian ship because you think the Irish drink, and yes, we do, but Russians, my God, they can drink the hard stuff, especially on the ships. So they, I'm just reading one. It is an epic show. I think so too. Thank you. And so oh yes, I thought, and I swear to God, this is true. I thought it meant good morning. Because I would see some of the, Russian sailors or whatever, I'd be walking around the decks and behind in the crew area, and I'd say, hey, how's it going? And they'd go, spokmilia. And they'd be telling, I have a hangover, but I thought they were saying good morning. And so
kind of like what I said about the up cork and up yours thing.
Yes, exactly.
You're saying something a little different than what I assumed.
Yeah, and so I was seeing other Russian people, and I was saying, "Hey, spokmilia," like thinking like it means good morning or how are you, but it means and they'd be like, "Why are you telling me I have a hangover? Why are you telling me I have a hangover?" And I'm trying to think. We did learn some Russian words, but we ended up doing some drinking. I mean, we were very young at that point, two young entertainers, just kind of finding our way. And out of our depth, actually, I should say. There's a pun for you on the ship. I think we were out of our depth, but by the second or third cruise, we were pros, man. And we were just, we used to organize to go on cruises together. Like he'd say, "Oh, when you're doing your next ship," and I'd be like, "Oh, I'm booked in March and on this ship, and we're going such and such." And he'd call his agent and say, "Get me on that ship," so we could just do the ships together, And then he ended up moving to Nashville. And it was a long time after that, I think, before I moved to America. So, but very, I remember those days very, very fondly,
I tell you, when you look back at all of it, I'm sure you look back at it fondly too, because it, requires a lot of time and attention and fine tuning, and the people that you've worked with and the people that you've met and the opportunity to create in the way that you do through comedy and acting and singing and filmmaking, directing as well, is all part of, the essence of who you are. What are some of the things that continue to inspire you and give you great blessing and joy? I usually like to ask the guests on my show that, so we get an understanding of some of the things that motivate you to do the work that you do.
Well, I would say work-wise, I mean, first of all, I feel very blessed to have so many friends, family, and to be in a relationship and to have Strudel the dog. Those are things that when I was younger, I didn't really put enough attention into, sort of driven, especially as a hungry comedian, to sort of always be on the road and always be moving out and towards that. And so grateful for the stability that I have in my life now that I didn't have then. Grateful for the opportunity to be able to work at home and to be able to write projects that inspire me. Right now, it's the CD that I'm mixing. And actually a friend is going to help me, mix it even better than I can. It's like when you talked about Carl Reiner earlier, it's like they told Carl Reiner that we'll make your show, but we'll get a better actor to play you. You may remember him saying that.
Yes, because the show was head of the house, and
yeah.
The comedy was good, but he wasn't so great. So they brought in Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so I'm getting a better mixer to mix me on my album. So that's happening next. So, I've been very inspired by that. And I got inspired to write a play. And you know, there isn't really a whole lot of money in theater. It's a difficult medium. They say it's a dying medium, but that doesn't mean that, you know, we shouldn't give it its kudos, because it's a wonderful medium. And I was talking to a friend, a TV writer, just recently, and he said, look, theater is what it's about. It's about getting actors on stage. I should give him a shout out, actually, my friend Michael Shipley. He said it's about getting actors on stage and dialogue, just to get dialogue happening. And, you know, I was very inspired by the actress in The Holy Fail, actually, who played the nun. And I thought, she's such a great actress, I want to write her a role. And it came out as a play. And so it could have come out, you know, as a film, and it may one day be a script, or it may be a novel. I don't know. But with her in mind, I started writing this role, and it came out as, you know, a full-length play, probably 70 plus pages, which I think is about the length of the play. And I just finished writing that just a few weeks ago. And then I went, you know, back to trying to finish the album, as I always have been. And I'm just inspired to work on new projects. Like, as soon as I'm finished with a project, I'm relieved. I'm happy to kind of have it off my desk, to have it out there, and then whatever comes next, you know, whatever that is, if it's songs, if it's music, if it's scripts, you know, if it's working on the film, what else, honey? I'm trying to think what else. I need my lifeline here.
Appear on the Jim Masters Show live.
This, you know, this is fun because it's actually being in communication with people, and I love working with people. And that's just that's the enjoyable part. You know what I mean? It's
Absolutely.
like, it's not work. I feel like the time just flies by.
Yeah.
And so
3.5 hours we've chatted. Would you believe that?
Oh my God.
It's unbelievable. I could have flown there from the East Coast.
Oh, we could have got together in person.
Well, we will have to do that if you're on the East Coast at all, once we're past all the stuff we have to get past. And or if I'm on a TV shoot project or something on the West Coast, or visiting family, we will definitely break bread and get together. I look forward to that.
Please come on by. We would love to have you up in Pasadena. So yeah, we'll make it a date. You may not even have to wear a mask.
Oh, that's fantastic. I hope the show met whatever expectations you had, my friend, and you enjoyed the time as much as I certainly have with you.
Thank you, Jim. I absolutely loved it, and it surpassed all my expectations, particularly in time, because, you know, Marty said, I think he said, oh yeah, it's like a 2-hour show. And I was like, 2-hour show? Like what? And now, as you said, it's been like a 3.5, and I've loved every minute. Thank you. And you have a fan sitting over there on the couch. The biggest laugh of the night was the one that
coming from,
for you, for what you just said before.
I heard a couple of, I think I heard some laugh from Strudel too. I think Strudel also was chiming in, and wait till your mother sees this. She's going to love it.
I know. It'll be exciting. Well, I'll definitely have to, you know, make sure she watches it tomorrow now after all this, because the one we did on St. Patrick's Day was a 9-hour stream. And I actually said to her, I said, well, it's 9 hours. Would you be up? And she says, as much as I love you, no.
No, I know it's... I've done like 9-hour TV telethons, and I used to do a radio show that was 10 hours live on the weekends. And but you know what it is? It's the adrenaline. Like, you don't even realize it till after, maybe later. And what happens? People say, oh, you must, you know, because right now it's almost 11 o'clock at night Eastern here, because we're on the East Coast. So people will say, you know, and sometimes I ask all the guests, you know, how much time do you have? And if they say, hey, I have, you know, free reign, I can talk for as long. I sort of catch the vibe, feel the flow, and if we're having a great time, I just let it roll. Some guests, you know, they may just have a certain amount of time, so we'll just do a shorter show. And you know, some shows are short, some shows are longer. They tend to go longer than most, because I think we're bringing back that lost art of conversation, where you know, we can really emote, connect. The viewers are brought in, and there's no rush. A lot of times on shows, television, whatever it is, there's always a rush. Okay, talk about the movie, talk about the book, talk about your love life, and then done. You know, we just let it roll, and whatever comes of it, comes of it. And people tend to say I should enter these into the Guinness Book of Records for shows online. The longest, actually, believe it or not, was 6 hours.
Wow.
And I didn't plan for that, but it was and it's in our archives on Jim Masters TV on YouTube. And it was actor Scott Schwartz, who was in The Toy with Jackie Gleason and Richard Pryor, and was in A Christmas Story, the movie. And he was the kid that got his tongue stuck on the pole in The Christmas Story. And he just had so much to want to share about his life, his childhood on the East Coast, and his relationships and his parents, and working with Jackie Gleason and Richard Pryor. And he just, it was, he went through a couple of not barrels, but tons of Snapple, Diet Snapple, lots of bottles of Snapple, a few cigarettes here and there. And it was 6 hours.
Wow. Well, I will check out that 6-hour show as soon as I retire. When I get my retirement.
I was about to say, if there is a way I can translate this into my professional work where I get paid to talk, then I would really embrace run-on sentences.
Yes. Absolutely. Then we feel like if it's per minute or something.
Just keep going. Yes.
Yeah.
Paid by the word.
One run-on sentence for like 7 hours or something. Yeah, fine.
I know.
Wow.
So yeah, sometimes, or if I have other things I have to do, like I have to be somewhere early in the morning, we'll do an hour show, hour and a half, something like that. But I just let it roll. We're having a good time and we let it roll. And if a guest has to take off, they take off. But I always check first to make sure. Usually they're saying, "Oh, I don't have a plane to catch or a limo waiting right now," especially now with everything going on.
Oh yeah, it's crazy now. And when I was doing the chat show with Divine Rebel Music, we had some guests on, and we would try to keep it to a limit to say like, okay, we'll try to do an hour, but then it would usually run for about an hour and a half or sometimes longer. And then sometimes we'd say, oh, we better go off the air because it's been an hour and a half. And then the guest and us and the producers, we'd all just chat for another hour and a half, and we'd be like, we should have just stayed on the air. Because
nobody wants to go, right?
Yeah,
that's what happens.
And then we had Paul Zolo on, who's like this iconic writer. He's a singer-songwriter, but he's interviewed Leonard Cohen and Bob Dylan and Paul Simon, and Art Garfunkel sang on his album, and he is such an extraordinary guest. I have to introduce him to you, actually.
That would be great. Yeah,
he was one of my favorite guests by far. Actually, I don't want to say that at the expense of the other guests that we've had on.
Let's always make sure that they're all fabulous.
But I remember he gave this fantastic interview and he played some songs, and then we stopped. We said, "Oh my God, we've gone so long, 2 hours or something. We better stop." And then we all just hung out here. Like I'm sitting here, and Jess came over, and Strudel, and he brought his cats with a thing. It was like an after party, and I was like, "Oh, there were so many gems."
Could have been live, right?
Should have kept it going,
That's what happens. That's what I do here. I can, gauge it and see what's going on and how everything's happening. And this was terrific. This was fantastic. This went longer than I even expected. But we just had, so much good comedy, and you sang, and some, great Irish crack, and just a lot of viewer participation. And it was just really awesome. And you're welcome back anytime. We'll keep the porch light on for you, Owen, and spread the word about the show. We would love that.
Sure. For sure. Thank you.
Hopefully we will get together in person and toast you and Strudel and Jessica and
yes.
Yeah, we raise a glass.
You have new fans in this house, Jim.
Thank you very much, my friend, and best of health. Keep creating. Let's stay in touch. Let's stay connected, my friend. And we thank Marty, of course, for connecting us. We really appreciate that. And
thank you.
Cynthia says, blessings to you, Owen, as well. And sweet dreams, Jim and my dear Lovedies. Thank you very much. Wow, this has been an epic show, Jim. Thank you very much. Amy says, Owen, please come back again. You've been wonderful. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Karen is in Nova Scotia, Canada. So it's almost midnight where she is, and she's still with us. Christine in North Carolina. Owen, thanks for a very entertaining evening. Full of fascinating stories, great comedy, interesting clips, photos. Nice learning more of your career. Enjoyed your live music. A fun Lovedy.
Thank you.
Kathy Short, Owen, we've enjoyed, loved every minute of you tonight. Thank you, Kathy, for those great comments and for tuning in to the Jim Masters Show live tonight again, as you always do. Certainly appreciate your great humility, comedy, and music. Thank you, Owen.
Thank you.
You want to print any of these out? If you're ever down in the dumps, Owen, just join us here at the Jim Masters Show live.
There'll be wallpaper. I'll be wallpapering my walls with these now. Thank you. Well, honestly, I'm
and
proud
Willie's still
lovely.
here. Willie is still here, and it's in the Netherlands.
Wow.
And the Netherlands is already like, what, 4 a.m. or something?
Yeah. You know, that's what I'm going to say to my mother and the rest of my family. I'll be like, look, Willie in the Netherlands, and they're an hour ahead of Ireland. So it's even like an hour later or earlier in the morning rather than Ireland. So
Mona says, thank you for the time tonight. Nice to meet you. Good night and great show. Thank you very much, Mona in Louisiana. Good night from Renee in Iowa. Karen Campbell Green in Nova Scotia. Good night, Owen. Thank you. Kathleen in New York City. Cheers. Stay safe. The claps coming from Willie in Holland. Thank you, Willie. Juanita in South Africa, where it's also already tomorrow. Thanks, Jim and Owen, for a great conversation. Good night, everyone. You too, Juanita, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Mairead Nesbitt on, the wonderful Irish fiddler and violinist, Celtic woman and more. She's absolutely amazing. A dear friend. We've known each other for years. That's going to be wonderful. Owen, thank you very much again. You go eat something, stretch those legs, walk the dog, perhaps, maybe. Yeah. That might be in order right about now.
Yes.
Dog's been very patient. And you just stay well, my friend. It was a pleasure. It was, as they say in Ireland and the UK, it was brilliant.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And Jim, and to all the lovelies out there, I just appreciate this opportunity so much to be able to chat, to meet you all. And I really appreciate your comments. It's a very isolating time for all of us. So to be able to come together like this and to chat and to be part of it, just wonderful. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. That's what I wanted to create here a year ago, and it's just blossomed, and we've created a nice, beautiful community here, and so happy that you can join us for the amount of time that you have. And Babette says we're both invited to Nashville.
Awesome.
And Willie in Holland says 3:45 a.m. where she is, and she's still with us.
Wow.
You take care, my friend. Thanks to you, Jessica and Strudel. And we appreciate your being with us, and you be well. It was really a blast.
Thank you kindly, Jim. My pleasure.
All right. You take care. Have a good night, Owen. And your website, let's throw that in, owendara.com.
owendara.com. And feel free to find me on Facebook and Instagram. I'm my Instagram manager here. I'm Instagram /Owen.Dara. My website is owendara.com, and then you can friend me on Facebook. If you're a lovity, please friend me. You can just find me under Owen Dara, or Owen Dara Music is my professional page. But yes, I would love, Jim, at your invitation, I accept already. I will be back when my album is out. I would love to come back and play some of the songs from that and just to chat a little bit more with you.
And that would be another world premiere exclusive.
Yes, it would. Wouldn't that be amazing? You know what? We could premiere some of the music videos on there.
There you go.
You know, Willie in Holland is probably just going, come on, lads. Like, come on. It's
she's waiting. She's waiting. She's waiting to
say goodbye.
She's waiting for us to say goodnight, Willie. You can go to bed now. That's it. She hung in tonight, which is great. As does Juanita in South Africa. And we have people watching all around the world, which is a beautiful thing. So
I love it.
Good night, my friend. You take care. And it was a blast, a pleasure. And we will chat again real soon. Let's stay in touch. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother.
You're welcome. Take care. What would be a good Irish goodbye?
Slán go fóill. That just means goodbye till next time. Slán go fóill.
Good. I'm not going to confuse that with up cork.
No.
Take care.
You too, brother. Good night.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Owen Dara tonight on the Jim Masters Show live. I knew you guys would have a blast. I knew you would enjoy it. And Marty Thompson goes, Owen, you're an Irish dairy product legendary. Got to have some humor all the way to the end, right? Gang, you guys are the best. Cynthia says, sweet dreams to all my dear lovelies. And Jim, thank you very much. We appreciate that as well. And yes, you can check out Owen online and the website as well. You can find yours truly as well. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Itch, Glitch, whatever else. I mean, you got to be on like 400 things these days. Before, you used to just walk in and say, hi, I'm here. Now you got to be on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube and Twitch and Periscope. And, you know, he's got to be everywhere. And we are, as is Owen. All at Jim Masters TV. You guys know that because you're following me and liking and loving and subscribing, and as we are doing that as well. So you can find all of that available. I am everywhere: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, and Periscope at Jim Masters TV. And just want to remind you what an amazing day we have. We have 2 shows tomorrow. Yes, the Jim Masters Show Live is on twice tomorrow, as tomorrow at 3 p.m. we will be welcoming my dear friend, Renee Nesbitt. Yes, you know her as, of course, the brilliant violinist, wonderful Irish fiddler, and so much more from Celtic Woman. We worked on a public television special with Tim Janis and the Harp Twins and Lynn Hillary and so many other friends, so many others. That was called Celtic Heart, and that was on public television. I've interviewed her many, many times on PBS. She was a guest on the Jim Masters Show Live about 6 months ago, and she's coming back tomorrow live, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. That's 3 p.m. Eastern, Saturday afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. It'll be 8 p.m. in Ireland and Scotland and England. So that'll be great. Everybody over there will be able to watch it. Even folks in a little bit later time zone there in Europe and Asia be able to join us as well. It'll already be Sunday in Australia, so you guys can join us as well. So my dear friend, Renee Nesbitt, is back on the Jim Masters Show Live for a second guest appearance, and we can't wait. She's all excited. She has some new exciting things to share with us as well. And we had an epic chat when she was with us last time. And then on Saturday night, so that's 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, 8 p.m. GMT. Then on Saturday night, legendary Hollywood actress Cissy Wellman, who starred in the Waltons legendary TV series on CBS, a television series. She was also on My Three Sons. She's been in over 40 movies, 40 classic films. Also, she comes from a legendary family, countless commercials, epic TV specials, and more. Cissy Wellman, most notably from the Waltons, is with us at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. So 2 shows tomorrow. I'm going to be working hard. It's after 11 here, almost 11 tonight right now. So we're going to be up getting the shows ready early tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. Renee Nesbitt. And then Cissy Wellman. That's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then Sunday, legendary former child actor Rodney Allen Rippey is with us. He was so cute in those Jack in the Box commercials for the Jack in the Box restaurants when he was a kid. He was also on an episode of The Odd Couple with Tony Randall and Jack Klugman, and much, much more TV shows and specials and commercials and more. But he is working on so many incredible projects. He is in California as well. He is also working on some peace initiatives and a lot of other, as much a actor and producer and director and writer. And he's also been a politician and more. We're going to talk about his life, and he's got a lot of cool things to share with us. Rodney Allen Rippey is with us Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And that's 4 p.m. Pacific, which is going to be absolutely amazing. Just want to throw in a couple of other really cool things that have developed just recently. On the 27th of March, Neil Byrne from Celtic Thunder is going to be returning. Neil Byrne from Celtic Thunder is going to be returning to the Jim Masters Show Live. Yes, he's another dear friend. He's been with us before on the Jim Masters Show Live. I've interviewed him on public television. We've been friends ever since Celtic Thunder came over. Join us. Now, that's at a special time. That's going to be next week. That's right. Next week. That's actually going to be Saturday. That's Saturday, not Sunday. That's Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be next Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern. All right. So, and again, if you're watching this episode like 7 months from now, then this is meaningless and all past tense. But for those watching live right now, Neil Byrne from Celtic Thunder, and also from Byrne and Kelly, he does a wonderful act with Ryan Kelly as well. He's going to be here 1 week from tomorrow, or no, from Sunday. Yes, 1 week. This is still Friday. I tell you, you lose when you do this many shows, you lose the day, the time. You don't even know what it is. But I know it's 2021. I can feel it. It feels a lot better than 2020. He's going to be with us a week from tomorrow. A week from tomorrow. You can see it all on YouTube and our Facebook page, Jim Masters TV. It's all there in events. It's all there laid out for you. If you don't remember anything I'm telling you now, don't worry about it. It's on YouTube and it's on Facebook. Coming up Friday next week, we've got an incredible guest, legal expert, author, and on-air legal correspondent on CBS and Fox and NBC and so much more. He's written about the Michael Jackson trial, the O.J. Simpson trial, and so many others. He's got a new book out. This is Stan Goldman. He's going to be with us next Friday, which is going to be epic. Do you know who we have coming up a week from this Saturday? We've got an Academy Award winner, Oscar-winning and Golden Globe winning actor, legendary actor from West Side Story, White Christmas. Let's see, what else? There's No Business Like Show Business, and incredible shows. He has written a book. Do you recognize him? Maybe you recognize him. This is George Chakras. He was the star of West Side Story with Rita Moreno. He's going to be with us coming up. Academy Award winning and Golden Globe winning actor George Chakras is going to be with us. And this is really epic. Again, he starred in West Side Story, White Christmas, There's No Business Like Show Business, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. You probably remember him from all of these different movies. Here's is when he got the Oscar, when he won the Oscar. That's going to be amazing. That is a week from this Saturday. He's going to be with us live for a very special show. There he is here. You remember him from West Side Story, right? Here is his new book. Yeah, George Chakras. This is really amazing. He's going to be with us a week from tomorrow. You remember him from West Side Story and so much more. Then coming up next week as well, coming up on Sunday, this is a week from this Sunday, here's an amazing book written by Martha Bolton and Linda Hope, daughter of Bob Hope. And Martha is going to be with us live to talk about this new book. Of course, Bob Hope, known for going over during World War II and beyond, to have correspondence, but also put on incredible shows. He did his broadcasts and radio shows from military locations overseas. There's this amazing book, Dear Bob, Bob Hope's wartime correspondence with the GIs of World War II. There's very special letters, correspondence, photos, and so much more. We're going to be sharing that. This was written by Martha Bolton and Linda Hope, daughter of Bob Hope. And she's going to be with us a week from this Sunday. So again, just to recap, again, if you're watching this well beyond live, none of this will matter. But Mairead Nesbitt is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. Actress Sissy Wellman is with us tomorrow night from the Waltons, My Three Sons, and so much more. Rodney Allen Rippey is with us on Sunday. And then we've got a bevy of amazing guests during the week. But some other notables are Stan Goldman, the legal expert, on-air correspondent for the networks, and so much more. He's going to be with us a week from today. And of course, George Chakras is going to be with us, Academy Award winner, Saturday night, a week from this Saturday. And Martha Bolton is going to be with us on Sunday, a week from this Sunday. And of course, on Saturday, a week from this Saturday, Neil Byrne from Celtic Thunder. I know that's a lot. Just throwing some things out there. You can find it all on our YouTube channel and also on our Facebook page as far as the times and if you need a reminder as well. And still coming up, legendary Hollywood actress Dee Wallace is going to be joining us as well. You know her from The Hills Have Eyes, from Touched by an Angel, the movie E.T., the extraterrestrial. Let's see. Boy, she was on the streets of San Francisco with Michael Douglas. She was on Policewoman with Angie Dickinson. I mean, you name it, television and film and so much more. She's going to be with us as well. Our guests come from all walks of life, not just television and film, Broadway, Hollywood, music. They come from inspiration, sports, comedy, culinary arts. It's all about life and bringing back the lost art of conversation. We thank our very special short-haired guest and long-haired guest, Owen Dara, tonight, for sharing his enthusiasm and passion and music and comedy with us. We'll have him back for sure. Don't forget, you can join us at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific live on our Entertainment Lifestyle Talk Show, the Jim Masters Show live daily. It's a pleasure always to have you here. We love all of you watching around the world as we continue to grow our wonderful community here. Don't forget to smile. We say that all the time on the Jim Masters Show live. It's the best contagion there is, and share that with the world. Don't forget also to share our famous levity, which happened by accident when I said love and levity too fast. But all of you are telling me it wasn't an accident. It was meant to be. So don't forget to share the levity and find your Zen place. My ultimate Zen place is with loving family and friends, and of course, music and writing and cycling and tennis and so much more. But the ocean, growing up here in the northeastern part of the United States on the coast, I swim, surf, boogie board, sail, walk, float in it, whatever it takes. We're just a few blocks from the ocean here. Love the ocean. It's a go-to Zen place for me, so find your Zen place. And of course, my years working in television and radio and stage, on air, behind the scenes, on camera, all of it is another place that's very Zen for me as well. So always find your Zen place. We're going to take a look at the bevy of comments too that we've got here. One other thing we always do here on the show, we say relax. That's right. Relax and love one another. Breathe from the diaphragm. It's always important to do that. You get a good solid breath. And don't forget to love yourself. Remind yourself, sometimes you have to, that you are of value, you are worthy, and you're welcome at the table. And here on the Jim Masters Show Live, as I said at the beginning, and I say it on the show, everybody's welcome. Doesn't matter your height, your weight, your income, religious views, political views, zip code, or any of it. Everybody's welcome to have a good time with us. We always learn something. We're inspired. We're entertained. And we grow together as we are here, because life is precious and life is short. So take a good moment. We're here all the time for you on the Jim Masters Show Live. The show has turned into something quite special and quite epic. And don't forget to relax as well. Now let's take a look at some of our parting comments from our amazing viewers around the world. Karen Campbell Green in Nova Scotia. Smile, spread the levity, relax, laugh, be happy. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Karen. And Willie, for all, I didn't get 4 or 5 stars. She gave me a ton of stars. Thank you, Willie. We appreciate that and being up so late with us. I know you guys still loved the St. Patrick's Day show. Wasn't that epic? It was really a lot of fun. We prepared the whole Irish meal, the corned beef and cabbage, potatoes and carrots and all. And we had great guests and so much more. Lots of laughs. Double Levity shows tomorrow. An enjoyable evening in Levity Hall. Good night and good morning, some of you. Jim and Levity friends. See you all tomorrow from Christine Clifton in North Carolina. Smiles from Willie in the Netherlands. Lots of great guests coming up. Karen Campbell Green, thank you very much. Cynthia is looking forward to Dee Wallace. So am I. Cynthia says, Bob Hope. Yes, awesome, Jim. Bob Hope did awesome shows from Vietnam when your uncle served during that time. That's going to be a wonderful show. You have a good night, Cynthia. Hope everyone has a good magical spring equinox tomorrow from Jennifer Barry there in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And you are having a belated St. Patty's Day dinner with friends on March 27th. So yes, that's going to be a great after show as well. Or put while you're having that belated St. Patty's Day dinner, why don't you turn on your computer and have us on in the background while you're celebrating the Irish dinner, as we have the Irish artist Neil Byrne on live from Ireland. Pretty snazzy there to think of that, huh? That could be the entertainment while you're enjoying your boiled potatoes. Anne in Jacksonville area, Florida says, thank you, Jim, for another wonderful evening. You are the best. Much love. Heart, 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 heart. Thank you very much, Anne. You have a wonderful night as well. We'll see you tomorrow. 2 shows. We start at 3 with Mairead Nesbitt and then Sissy Wellman at 7. It's going to be an epic day. Good night, everyone. And Cynthia says, wow, Jim's Stan's show will be quite interesting. Stan on Friday, Stan Goldman. Yes. If you are, if you watch CBS or NBC or Fox or any of the networks, you've seen him on as an on-air legal correspondent. It's going to be an epic show, epic show. He also wrote this book about Hitler. Well, it ties into Hitler and how his mother escaped and survived, that genocide period. It's really going to be an amazing show. That's a week from tomorrow. And Jim, looking forward to all the upcoming guests, great guest lists. Yes, we work very, very hard. This, again, was supposed to be something, this series on the side of all the professional work that I do during the day, but it's become almost a full-time job doing this show just about 7 days a week. But you know what? Loving it. And as long as you guys are there, we'll keep doing it for you. Some people said, am I just doing this show during the pandemic? No, if you guys are there and you're loving it, we will keep this series going, our entertainment lifestyle talk show series. Wahoo! More Neil Byrne. Looking forward to having it. And have a wonderful evening, Jim. Yeah, he's here a week from tomorrow. He's going to be here Saturday, a week from tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. Can't wait for Neil. Good night to Kathy in Cleveland. And Amy, can't wait for Neil as well. Neil is an absolute sweetheart. Yes, he's a dear friend. Actually, believe it or not, we communicate all the time. I have for a long time with Celtic Woman, Celtic Thunder, and a lot of the other artists that you see pop on. We've been friends for years. And Neil wanted to pop back on the show. Ryan Kelly is going to be coming too. But we agreed, let's do it after St. Patrick's Day because they were very busy with, performances and things online with St. Patrick's Day. So Neil is coming on again. And good night, everybody. Karen says, get some sleep, you energizer buddy, Jim. Thank you very much. You too. And Kathleen Walker in New York says, great show and looking forward to tomorrow shows. Thanks, Jim. Have a great night. Good night, all, and stay safe. Keep spreading the word about our show. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification bell so you don't miss any of our content. Make sure, now, just so you know, Facebook is going to be doing some changes with the fan pages. So this is very important, and I should post this on the page too. They're going to be changing very soon the sort of the style. Nothing is going to be lost or anything, but they're going to get rid of likes. So, and it's just going to be follows. So if you like the Facebook page of me or anybody else, make sure you're following them as well, because they're going to get rid of likes and they're going to keep follows. So if you just like the page, but you're not following the page, you're going to be gone. And that's what they're actually doing. I read up on that and was alerted. So if you just like the Facebook page, but you're not following the page, the posts, the news feed, that type of thing, they're not going to keep the likes on people's pages. They're going to just keep the follows. And for some reason, in a way, it does make sense because followers are people who are really, really interested in your content and what you're saying, and they're engaged and they're responding and posting. So there's sometimes people that just like, but they don't engage. So Facebook's wanting to sort of fine tune that and make it, I guess, more value to the people who have the business pages or the fan pages or the official pages. So if you're on my page, Jim Masters TV on Facebook, make sure that you don't just like the page, that you follow it. Just go in and click follow. There is a button there right now where you can click follow, because they're going to be changing all the pages on Facebook, not your friend profile, but the fan pages or official pages will be changing like within a day or so. So that would be cool, because that way you don't miss anything. So anybody who likes the page now, but isn't following it, you're going to like disappear. And you'd be like, well, what happened? I thought I was following that page. So you got to click follow. So make sure, if you love what we do on our Facebook page, Jim Masters TV, or anybody's that you follow, make sure you click follow. As much as you click like, click follow. Because if you're just liking the page, and I'll say it again, if you're just liking the page, but you're not following it, when they do their switch, their flip-flop, they're removing likes. They're also going to remove the ability to like. So you're going to think, oh, I like that person, I like that page, but you're not going to be there. You're going to be gone. So make sure you click follow. Follow the yellow brick road. In this case, follow the green road and follow the page. Like it and follow it. And then when they get rid of the likes, you won't be gone because you've liked it and you've followed it. I know it's all crazy things we have to do to keep up, but it's important. So I just wanted to let you know that that's some change, that format change that they're doing on Facebook. So again, make sure you do follow as much as you like. All right, gang, thanks for all of this. We love you all. You take care. This was a real pleasure. Thanks for a great date night with your beautiful wife, Babette. Absolutely. And yes, Willie, it's a good morning for you. Good night, Willie. Good night, Juanita. And and I can't believe we hit 4 hours. I think we've gone past the YouTube limit. It's 4:45. The sun's coming up. It was such a great episode. Couldn't tear myself away. Good night. Good morning, lovelies. You get some sleep. Willie's in bed. ZZZZ. Great night. Great night. Thanks. You too as well. Make sure you you like and follow our Facebook page so you don't go away, because they're only going to be doing follows very soon. And of course, subscribe to the channel. You followed on Facebook. Great. Click follow or you'll be gone. And it won't be the people who have the pages that do that. It's I know you're tired of all the changes on Facebook, different changes. I guess they feel it, is helpful for the people that have the pages. Until we meet again, and you're done, you followed. Rhonda says, awesome nighty night. Jim, I'm thrilled to be back on here. We are thrilled that you're back from Virginia Beach as well. Rhonda Murphy, absolutely. Thanks for letting us know about Facebook. Yes, so like the page, but make sure you follow it as well. So when they get rid of likes, you don't go with it. You stay there and you get to see and actively participate, and we will see that you're there. All right. And couch surfing and so much more, Jennifer Barry. All right, gang, we are going to wrap up. We hit a 4-hour mark. This is amazing here. You guys really talk a lot. Love you all. Again, like and follow the Facebook page. Make sure you follow so you don't disappear and follow off into Never Never Land. And it'll be a pleasure to see you continually there. Follow is on the page. You already follow. Okay, good. So you don't get into trouble. You follow anyway. Well, we're good friends. So we've been following each other for years. Good night, Mona. Good night, everyone. Thanks for a great night. Hugs and love to all. We love you all. We'll see you on YouTube at Jim Masters TV. All 300 plus episodes are there for you to binge, watch, and enjoy. And we'll see you on Instagram, Jim Masters TV, Twitter, Jim Masters TV, Periscope, and you will follow me anywhere. Follow you, follow me, as in the words of Phil Collins, LOL Karen in Nova Scotia. All right, we're going to eat those oat cake cookies that you sent, the maple cream cookies you sent from Canada. Whoosh, they're gone. And all those other goodies are gone, except the Rita's tea. We're going to have the Rita's tea with breakfast tomorrow. Again, thanks for sending that, Karen. Really, really wonderful gift you send with all those other goodies. Really a beautiful spirit you are. Again, you're watching the Jim Masters Show live. This is your host, Jim Masters, thanking you for your time this time. Till next time, tomorrow, 3 p.m., Mairead Nesbitt. Then tomorrow night, Sissy Wellman at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Till then, we bid you a fond au revoir. Cheers and ciao. It's a pleasure having you here. And thanks for watching this episode of the Jim Masters Show live. Good night, good day, good morning. Another comment comes in. Christine says, follow Jim on Facebook. Follow, 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 like the song from the Fantastics. Lovity to all. You got it, my friend, Christine. Good night, all. We love you. You have a good day, good night, good morning. Another comment. Another comment. You'll love the tea and oatcakes. I can't wait, Karen. I can't wait. And I will give you a live update report as well. Good night, gang. Oh, how about one more wonderful comment from one of our guests who we loved having on the show, the one and only Sir James Galway, since we've been talking Irish today.
Jim, I just want to tell you how much pleasure Jeannie and I got out of appearing on your show when it was possible to do that. I hope in the future we'll be able to do it again and take part in a great show.
Thank you, my friend, Sir James. Fortunately, one of the beauties in life is we are wonderful friends, and his lovely wife was also another brilliant flautist, Lady Jean. We met when I was emceeing a beautiful concert at Carnegie Hall with Tim Janis and friends, and we've stayed friends ever since. Sir James is brilliant. We'll have them back, Sir James and Lady Jean Galway. That was when they were at their home in Switzerland. You can see that episode as well on our YouTube channel at Jim Masters TV. They played live for us, and it was just absolutely epic. So thanks for those words from Sir James. And from this James, good night. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We love you. Bye-bye.